Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146, it's Sunday, the 30th of July 2023, and we're back for a little more good company today. The last session rudely cut short by my PC crashing, again. I don't know what's causing it still, the temperature issue maybe, or some power supply problem. I cannot nail it down, it's such an intermittent problem. We'll just have to hope that it doesn't happen again, so do keep your fingers crossed for us. Today it looks like the game auto-saved in a good spot, so we'll get to just carry on from where we were. We won't have to redo anything, as far as I can remember at least. I was having a good time with the game actually, quite upset that it got cut off so abruptly, but we'll get back into it. We're still, I think, in a kind of tutorialized section, the 4th mission. It's teaching us about research, and then we'll just carry on with more story missions after this one when we do get this wrapped up, which shouldn't take too long. We'll avoid the time trial missions for now, not really my cup of tea. We gave one a go in the last session. We may come back to them after we've done all the other stuff, just out of interest, but for the time being we'll focus on those mainline story mission bits and hopefully just see a bit more of the game. Hopefully I continue to kind of get absorbed into it and have fun with it. It seems like a pretty good one. A lot of math, pushing the brain a bit. May be mumbling numbers to myself over and over for most of the day, but there's some fun to be had in that, I'm sure, so let's give it a go. Let's hop back into the game. I am hiding down in this corner. I think this is the best spot to not get in the way. We'll see how that goes as well. Let's get resumed. So we've got our little game consoles being produced, and we've got our little research area. Our current objective is to complete 5 company goals. They live up here. We've done 4. The last one we just need to make another 108 modules in the next 40 days. Should be fine. That'll complete that, and then I think we've got one more objective to do to finish off the 3 trophies in this mission. So like I say, not too much further to go. We'll find out what that is shortly. Money looks good. I think we've kind of done everything we need to. Research is happening. Though I remember the final objective, we can see it if we bring this up. We need to sell 10 game devices and it's above a certain price. It's not telling us here. It was like 1900 or something? 1950? Not sure. A price higher than what we're currently selling them at. So I think what we were in the middle of when everything, you know, blew up, was making a new one. Yeah, which is here and it hasn't been saved. It's still in draft, not even named properly. So this will be the alright box, slightly better than the slightly less hideous box. And we'll edit this to make it what we need. From what I remember, we didn't need to do much. Like, we didn't need to change much from our current design in order to make it work. So the current design, I think, is... well, let's check. How do we see? Show design. So is that... where does it tell me the parts? Don't think it does. But the case is the main thing I'm not so sure about. Does it tell me here? No. Well, the layout I remember, so we'll just pick the case that has this layout. We've put in a little bit of everything. I think we could easily change the case though if we do need to. Edit. This is the layout. This is the right one. This is the metal case. Okay. We'll have it look the same. That's fine. We want all the stuff that makes the numbers good. Or not. We want all the stuff we're currently using is the main thing, so that we don't have to change our actual production lines much. LED matrix, a beeper, small racetrack, simple, and a battery stack, LED matrix. Memory's not that good. Battery stack, LED matrix. There's a beeper. Small register bank. And a simple circuit. So yeah, we can't really fit that in this case. Can't change it. Different to what we've already done. Interesting. If we put that down there. That's there. Simple circuits. There. Matrix, yeah. No, okay. So if we want to fit more in this design, we need a different case, which means we'll need to change our case production line. Rather avoid. But still, this is something we could do, like replace one of the elements or mix it up a bit. No, I think we need to change the case then. One with more slots is the strengthened. And then we can juggle things around a bit. It's a better way, yes. That goes there, that goes there. Then we get a bunch of slots there. What we want to do is make the maximum price up. I think it was 1950, but I could be wrong about that. Could have been 1850. We'll try 1950, that's the bigger number. Might make most sense. And I'd kind of like to get there just by like increasing what we're currently doing, because that's quite easy to deliver. So if we added another simple circuit and another small register bank, it's to 1800, that's not enough. Is the circuit worth more? Barely. Anything that's worth a lot is like the speaker, yeah. I mean, should we just go for that? Get rid of the beeper, put in a monophone speaker. Gets us to 1750. Am I crazy? So with the beeper it was, oh, it was 1650, okay. Monophone speaker 1750, so we still need something else as well. 2 monophone speakers. 1850. Not ideal, not really getting me where I want to be. Maybe we should wait for some more research then, and we'll have to just change our production lines around. Don't know why I thought we were getting close to it when we were designing it in the last session, but evidently we weren't. Oh well, we'll live, we'll see. We're doing on the goal. Oh, not very well. Speed time up. We should be able to make that many modules in that amount of time. We're making modules for research as well as for the games consoles we're currently selling, so yeah, it shouldn't be an issue. I don't think. Could be wrong. So we're researching register array now. The thing that concerns me is we have to, any new thing we add to the design, we need to change out of production form. That means doing more math. Unfortunately. But we can, you know, there's register array that's quite valuable. That might help. We may have to just upgrade everything to get there. It needs integrated circuits and plastic parts, which need their own tables and so on. Math needs doing. We'll work it out though when we get there. Let's find out what the actual objective is rather than trying to guess at it, and then we can be all good. I forgot about this. Yeah, when we completed certain goals, we got our passive effects. Demand has gone up 10%, research speed has gone up 10%. That's nice. I really like having passive effects in games, in general. As kind of like upgrade things. I just didn't notice when we did these goals that they had unlocked those. It's nice. Yeah, we're good on the modules now that we're up and running, not paused. 13 more to do. Any second now, we'll get there. Could speed things up over here, but it seems very unnecessary as we're kind of at the end of this mission. And, you know, what's available to unlock is unnecessary. Good. Got the success points. What you should really do is forget efficiency and just make the greatest thing we can imagine. Best game device on the market and sell it for a steep price. Okay. Feature pack product is harder to produce, makes sense. But we could make a lot of money for it. Device sells for 1900 a piece. Okay, it was a little... It's in between the two numbers I thought it might be. 1900 a piece. Optionals as well. Didn't think of that, so good that we waited. We want battery life of 3, data storage of 3, audio quality of 2.4. That's going to require putting a lot in, and no doubt require some of the things we've researched. We need to overachieve the requirements to do this, that's fine. Every 0.1 feature points we add beyond the requirement will increase the maximum sell price. Right. So the maximum sell price doesn't go up until you go over 5.0 market appeal. And then you overproduce to increase the value. That's kind of cool. It's kind of cool that you can, you know, overproducing doesn't just prepare you for the future, it also will generate more money. Cool. It's going to take a while to research anything. I wonder if we can get there with the current stuff or not. Let's check out the alright box. Let's start from scratch and aim for what it's saying. So battery life, the best we have is still the battery stack because we're currently researching. Maybe we should speed research up. If we put 2 of them in, how much do they do each? They do 1 each, so we need 3 stacks to get to the 3 for the optional objective. That's a bit much. Data storage, we've got the new register array that has 1.5, so we want 2 of them to do the 3 that it says on the optionals. Audio quality, it's saying 2.4. 2.4 is a weird number, but I guess it's 1 of them and 1 of them would do it. Although it'll be simpler in terms of production chains to make 2 of them. It doesn't, like this is the biggest case and it does not fit in, so we need the upgraded stuff. In order to get there, we have research points, which is which? The double battery stack is using this one with a little diamond, whatever that is. Number 1, I think. Which we have quite a few of. I can't tell the rate that they're coming in and going out, whether we're gaining or losing. I think we're losing, so we would need another analysis desk and more research desks, which maybe we can do, I don't know. Let me just extend the Hanoi zone this way a little further to make some room to do these things. And then an analysis desk here. It's a bit of a squeeze. Might want to move everything around a bit. Yeah, make some more room for everything. It's a good layout for them, like that. And then got a corner shelf, but maybe they could do with a second one. Let's do it. Don't know why I built 2 desks. I should have just moved this one. Let me how do we remove? There we go. And then move tool, that one over here. So they're using that. Are these set? Yeah, I've given them a specific output. Which are, yeah, kind of want to do away with that. And let the auto thing take care of it over here. If we, you know, just tidy up. Research guys I don't think need a shelving or anything like that. They're just a processing thing. These tinker ones might. Let's put our research guys at the back wall. Tinkers around the edges. Or all over the place. Those 3's fine, and then, yeah, 3 there. More shelving would be good for them. And some corner ones in the middle of here as well. 1 for that guy, and then we've got a logistics person here, they can work it out. That'll increase that, though an extra research should now be possible. Increase the income, and now we can increase the conversion into actual stuff. Let's get a person for that, and a person for that. See how that goes. Then we're just standing around still kind of waiting for space, I guess. Though I've reset what they're allowed to do, so they shouldn't be having so much trouble with it. What are they carrying? An LED array? Yeah, they should just put it somewhere. This one would allow them. Can I... oh, have I linked... I haven't linked a specific input. Maybe I should. on both. They're still not moving. Their output isn't set to be anywhere. Bit weird. Should I just how do I unassign them? Like that, and then reassign them? That's woken them up. Okay, good. So this guy as well. Let's unassign you and then reassign you. Hopefully you'll get back to work. There's one of you stuck behind a desk there. There we go. I think it might serve to not have specific inputs. So a second analysis could take from here, but they're not doing that either. Oh, because I need to tell them what to take. That, and that is what I think we're making here. Yeah, so now they will actually take those, convert them into research points, and then the desks will turn that into research progress, which I'm not a huge fan of that system, but okay, like, it's working. We are progressing. Good. There's the battery stack done, so the last bit of research is the display. The optional objectives have nothing to do with display fidelity, so we should have all the best tools available, I guess, in terms of making the alright box. So we now have the double battery stack, which provides 1.5 battery life in the same amount of space. Yeah. So that'll get us the 3. No. That says it's only doing 2 battery life. Why is that? Well, a battery life feature of 3.0, which should be 2 of these at 1.5 each, or do they have diminishing returns or something? Because it says 2.0 out of 1 up there. Yeah. If I put that in, what happens? We get 2.0. So some kind of cap? It can't go above 2 for some reason? Here it is. Battery life 2. I don't know what that's about. Let's move on. Data storage. Register array. Again, that's a 2. And it should be at 3. I'm confused. What happens if I add another one? It stays at 2. Don't know what that's about. I mean, it should be 3, so hopefully we just carry on and everything's okay. Audio quality of 2.4. We would need to do that to achieve that. Which puts the fragility a bit high. But it has no screen, so we can't actually make it. I'm very confused now. Do we need to design 3 different products in order to achieve these optional objectives? You can see them there, yeah. Am I missing something? Am I missing something here in the business development stuff? No, this is just chemistry table, electronics workbench, medium shelf. Helpful stuff, but they're not going to change the situation. The display's not going to change anything. There's no other cases we can unlock for more space. I'm very, very confused by these optional objectives. And also by the fact that these don't add up to 3. Maybe they just multiple of the same type of thing doesn't boost as much as I want. How unusual. Can we only aim for one of them then? I mean, we can just design a product that reads those objectives, but we don't actually make it. Say, for example, we created a new game device in a wooden case. Sure, it can be the Fold Boy, but this will just be the objective ticker 1. And I just need to get battery life feature 3. Should be like that, because that adds nothing, yeah. But I also have to give it a screen. There we go. No one wants it, but if I finish the design, it does not tick off the objective either. If we unpause, it does not tick off the objective. Okay. Archive that then. Because once you've done it, you can't edit it. So how do... I'm lost completely. Let's go back to this one. Can I... So, put that type of battery gets us to 2.5, and that should get us to 3, but it still says 2. It still says 2 here as well. How do I get a battery life feature of 3? I don't know. Did I miss something in the tutorial here? Something about the weight, the noise pollution, the style? I don't believe so. Don't believe they would affect it. Heat loss or weight, none of that, as far as I can tell, should affect it. Can be added battery capacity of the product. If we're just adding in as many of these as we can. Two battery life, not 3. I don't get it. Something that we can change in the market. Like if they ask for more, will it cause us to... the pocket computer can be unlocked. That's not what it's asking for, right? Oh, it is potentially. It says sell 10 game devices for 1900 apiece, but it says design a product with a battery life of 3. It doesn't say design a game device with a battery life of 3. So if we've got nothing else to spend that currency on, unlock the pocket computer, which can even be progressed. If we were then to design a new pocket computer in a strengthened case, flip phone type thing, it's kind of cool, go for that. In cool stone, sure. And we add 1, 2, that goes to 3. So why? Is there just there's a cap on game devices? They can't go over 2.0 battery life? How bizarre and weird. I do not understand in the slightest. But there is a design that ticks all the optional boxes. But we have to have processing power and display fidelity on this kind of thing. I do. That'll let me finish it, so sure. We're not actually going to make it, we're just going to finish it. And then make me a new pocket computer. Well, sure. I'm very confused by this objective and the way it's playing out. You have to have a bit of that, have to have a screen, and then audio quality feature. There. What am I missing? Battery life and processing power. Ah yeah, wrong one. Processing power. It has to have a battery. There we go. But now it's unticked the other ones, so it's only counting the latest thing I designed. But yeah, okay, it's only counting the latest thing I designed, I guess. I don't get it. I feel like I'm missing something just fundamentally basic to this whole thing. So if I create a new pocket computer, the biggest case we can do, we can't get everything, right? We can't get, so 3 battery. Tried this, I think. Let's just double check. 3.0 storage, yeah. Audio quality of 2.4 would need that, plus that doesn't fit, so go with that. And now I can't fit the mandatory processing power and display fidelity that's needed in this kind of thing. I have ticked all the boxes, but I can't finish design. So can I just close that menu? They all stay ticked, and now job's good. I'm not sure there are achievements for doing all the optional objectives. I don't know if it matters. And we skipped some on the last mission because we completed things too quick to even read what they were. So I shouldn't stress too much about it, but I do want to do the optionals. Just don't understand how you do them in this context. Either way, to progress we need a game device worth 1900. And we've researched pretty much everything we can. Except for just a better screen. So forgetting the optionals, what would we do? We want a battery. The better circuit, maybe? The better storage. The best screen we have available. And the better speaker. And that gets us to over 2000, so that's overkill. Don't worry about doing that much then. What are we making at the moment? Beeper, matrix, stack, circuit, register. Beeper, matrix, register, simple, stack. That's what we've got at the moment. We just need to upgrade a little. What I'd ideally do is just add something, but there's no space for that. Two things there's space for. So we added more simple circuit and more storage. It gets to 1800, so that's not enough. We can't just increase what we're currently doing. There's a big difference in price between these two storage options. A small difference in price on everything else. So if we were to upgrade small register bank to register array, we get to 1800. Then if we increase our battery stack to double battery stack, or even 2 battery stacks, gets us to 1900. That might be a bit simpler. Okay. 2 battery stacks, and we need to upgrade the type of storage we're making. There's the alright box. It's designed. That's cleared out the optional objectives. But if I just reset that draft, they're all ticked, and now we just need to sell the thing that we're going to make. And we've gamed the system somehow, in a completely unintended fashion, I'm sure, to get this done. Sorry for my confusion about all that. I'd love an explanation for what I'm supposed to do in this situation, but whatever. Right, if we're going to change over then, we need to double up the amount of battery stacks we're making, which are being made here, which we would do at a chemistry table. So we go to business development, unlock the chemistry table, which we can afford yet. And then we can upgrade that. So instead of being a day, it's now going to be a half day each. Perfect. That might have increased our plastic. Oh no, that's not plastic pieces, that's just plastic, so we're good. We buy those things in, so that's not going to be affected. That's going to make the batteries quick enough. But we do need to change this simple circuit. No. Where is it? This one? Small register bank here. This needs changing. So let's get ourselves a new desk just to play with. It's going to make logic circuit. No. That one. Register array. Integrated circuits and plastic parts. The plastic parts, I don't think we have any spare out of this production going into here. So we're going to need a bench that does plastic parts. I suppose one that does the other thing. Plastic parts specially for this, and integrated circuit, which is made from electronic parts, glass and plastic, so that's fine. And that's just from plastic, so there's no other stages involved. This is making 1 per day, which is the correct rate. Need 5 circuit and 5 plastic part per day, and we're making 10 plastic part and 10 circuit, so making twice what we need. which is fine. Just there'll be some left over. We could scale everything else up to match, but it's not necessary. So that's no 10 every 2 days. So that is 5 per day. So that's the correct amount, but it is fine. Good. So that replacing everything will be fine. Yeah, no big deal. Okay. In this case, this bench is going. Let's just get rid of it. Then we're going to move all of this around. So you're coming out. You're going in. You guys can move over here to do your thing. You will want yourselves new storages for that. Have we manually targeted anything? No, it's all on auto. Good. Leave them to work it out then. These benches just need people, so we've got 1 spare from the one I deleted, 2 new hires. Good. This end, we're now making the alright box. So we'll upgrade that, and we should have everything else available. Ah, no, the case. Didn't think of the case. Currently making metal, we need to be making strengthened, which requires a plastic case and metal sundries. That changes everything. We were making the metal case, which used plastic parts. So we now need... Oh man, my bad. Another tinker table, another 2. 1 to make plastic case, 1 to make metal sundries. Those things we're already making? No. Fine. Plastic case is made from plastic. So these plastic parts are no longer being used? Right, so replace the plastic parts here with plastic case. Get rid of that bench. And then these need metal rods making. So how many do we need? We need 3 sundries per day. 1 plastic case per day. That's fine. This makes 5 sundries per day if we give it 5 rods per 2 days. This makes 5 rods per day, so it's double what we need, but that's fine. Can we fit them anywhere other than miles away from all this? Not neatly, but it's possible. Not if we have a shelf for them though. 1 could go there. They'll go down here then. Be a long journey, but that's why we hire logistic people. Oh, doesn't fit great in the corner though, does it? Should we do that? See if we can make that work. Hire a person there, maybe 1 extra shelf just to help out. Not quite like that. Like that. Maybe that'll help. He's making those parts. Something's not right here. Not getting any glass. Right, so I need to add a rule for glass to be bought. They've been shoving stuff. That's another thing I didn't quite understand in the last session. No big deal, they've cleared out space now. But surplus stuff just gets thrown on the pallets and I don't know how to stop it. You know, whatever. Those parts are coming up here. Hardened cases are being made successfully. Those electronic components are now being made. So the storage devices will be made successfully. And when one of them is set up this end, we will actually start making the game device that we're supposed to be. So we need to change this rule as well into the new all-right box. Maximum storage. That one won't get messed up. I don't know what I can do. I can just set up a rule that sells off these LED arrays, but we don't really want to sell them. We want to use them. And that hideous box as well, actually. Can I? And I can delete stuff. Setting up a rule just to sell this off isn't ideal. Just flag this stack and say, sell this 1 stack off now. And then, you know, don't mess with the settings kind of thing. Might be nice. No big deal. It's not like we need the money or anything. We're good. Just need to complete this objective and we're done. which will happen in no time, sure. 1 is sold, there's 4 more on the pallet, 5 more on the pallet, so a couple of weeks. There's many more. Oh, there is another goal to do, didn't realise that. Analysis speed has been sped up by the one we did. If we do another one, go up even more. 500 modules in 90 days, or 80 days now. Maybe, but I kind of doubt we're going that fast. We could scale everything up to max. You know, we're overproducing a few elements. Could scale up and do it, but like I say, when Monday rolls around, we will have finished this mission with 3 trophies, and we shall move on to the next one. Hopefully see some new stuff. I guess the next one's just putting everything together because it's finished teaching us everything, although there's a couple of menus not unlocked at the top, so I don't think we're done learning. Still things to unlock. There we go. Here is Richard Goodman, who was one of the evil CEOs, right? Secretly working with competitors, I see. Get back in the lab. Electronic assembly. Just, you know, some initials at the start of those names. Pays good money and fund the research. Okay. But there are other values like dignity. Of course. When I had to close my arcade, people thought I would be bitter about it. What good is an enterprise without a higher purpose, like bringing genuine joy? It's all well and good, but you're not really bringing people joy if your business is closed, are you? We're a good company. Thanks, Bob Laser. Appreciated. We know it. Worm Corp, best company around. Anyhow, that's the Extra Life mission done, so we've got options. Both are campaign missions, like story things, not challenges, which are the time trials. This one kind of loops back around on itself. I don't know, a bit weird progress directions and stuff. Just pick one and go for it, I guess. This is Beton Bots. Inspector Yangji. Due to product malfunctions, need to evaluate our safety measures. Need to sell courier bots with safety fuses and market appeal. Sell drones with safety rating. Sell products with total security rating of 1500. Sure, just make robots. Did that in Little Big Workshop, didn't we? Could be good. Money and robots. Rick Takeda here. Got a job for us. Meet Mayor Rubio at the Old Beck Bakery. The Beck's daughter is trying to make her conveyor belts work. Needs someone to actually use them. Reach a market share in robot market. Okay, so it's also robots here. Finish 2 goals and pay off the debt. So make money, I assume that means. Let's do the long loop out the edge here, and then we'll do the short one up the middle and meet at top of the top later on. Let's start with merry-go-round. We're off to the Old Beck Bakery. Unless we get the business running again, gonna have to terminate the contract. Need a little time, blah blah blah. Here we are to help. This is Alcaldesa Rubio, Mayor of the town. And here is Linda Beck. Okay. Again, a lot of blah 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 here. Conveyor belts exist. That's cool. We like games with conveyor belts in, don't we? Craft the conveyor parts. Automate conveyor part production. Automate rod production. Automate gear production. Automate? Okay. Interesting. I've got quite a bit of money to start with. Is there extra building space? Yes. It's building up there, building up there. Oh, I see. They have special little windows. I wonder if conveyors are just to get between buildings instead of the logistic trolley people, rather than anything else. Let's start in this big area though. It's nice and big. Get our pallet on the edge here. Make myself a table so I can see what we need to do. We're going to be making conveyor parts. They need rod, gear and plastic. Okay. Rod is made from metal, gear is made from metal. Pretty simple then. Buy in metal and plastic, make these things. I guess we should do it fast speed. We could do on the upgraded tables, which we have unlocked already. Let's just have a look at that. We've got basic workbench, we've got conveyor belt. Don't have medium shelf, we don't have these conveyor systems, that's all new. Metal working stuff, electronics and chemistry all over there, fine. Research wise, we don't have everything that we researched in the last one, but we do have a lot of it. Okay, we just pause time while because yeah, we are losing money while we work on this. I like, even though they're more expensive, I like the better tables in general. We'll do things quicker, if that matters. Let's go for it. Oh, we can upgrade again when we get the mechanics workbench. Okay. Interesting. So every day we're looking for 2 rods and 4 gears. Tinker table every day makes 5 rods. Every day 2 rods, that's twice what we need. And it makes 5 gears per day. We need 4, so that's just enough. So we don't need the upgraded versions of these tables for this current amount. Let's bring people in. Get this arranged. With a little shelf to help them out. A couple of shelves. Yep. I like that kind of layout. Makes sense to me. Especially when we set one to be input and one to be output, but I think that's kind of unnecessary, so we'll leave it for now. We need to buy in, was it plastic and metal? And then we need to sell... Oh, not sell, actually. I guess we're storing, so logistics only for conveyor parts. Extra storage? No, they stack in 50s, so that'll be fine. Fine. Anything else to be done at this point? I don't think so. Analysis and research, we could get started. I'll assign myself to do the logistics here for now. Okay, so unpause. It says they've been automated. We've automated a conveyor part and rod. I don't know what that means, automated. People are making them, so they're not automated. Yeah, I don't know what they mean by that. But the boxes are ticked, so we're good. When things get up and running, we'll start making conveyor parts. Good. There are goals, of course. We should be looking at what we can do here. Craft components. Might as well get it started. If we don't do it in this quarter, we'll do it in the next. Or we'll do it in the future. Earn 30,000 more. So earn 30,000 in profit. Might as well put it there. And then the calculators and computers will have to set up production of those before we look at that. Which we could just do somewhere. We could start making them in the background while we progress stuff. No reason not to, I guess. I don't know, organisation of it? I'd kind of like to see what we're unlocking here, what we're learning about. Because we should set up the analysis desks and everything like that, I guess. It is going to take 20 days to get this done, so yeah, we should. Somewhere. Maybe in this little room here we could set up a tiny bit of analysis work. Just so that it's ticking along in the background. Just do one thing that makes both points. Like LED matrix. It does an unbalanced amount, which is probably right. We want more of the first one. Do we want significantly more of the first one? Double battery stack. It's a bit difficult to make. The enhanced battery cells are also quite difficult to make, okay. Let's do that, double battery stack. Lots of the first type and a little bit of the second type. That'll be fine. So to make tick that on, that's the only one we're going to analyse here, but that's fine. One on research desk as well. Little shelf with the things they're going to analyse. And then 2 tables. One making double battery stack, and the other one needs to make battery stack. So this takes in 1 battery stack extra chemicals and metal every day. This produces 1 every day. I feel like that's the wrong ratio. You should need 2 battery stacks to make a double battery stack, but it's 1 to 1. You just need to buy in metal, chemicals and plastic and get them there, so this layout won't work. Whether we're doing that, so I might. A researcher can go outside, I guess. It's not a lot of storage space though for everyone, is it? So like that with an extra shelf might be nice. It is squished, but I mean, why not, I guess. Pallet. Buying in plastic, chemicals and metal. Yes. Staff. They're getting bought in, and then this zone, Milan, will need a logistics person to help. And that'll get some analysis and research ticking along in the background. We might as well queue something up. Let's get the strengthened case. And the stylish case. And both bot chassis, so we can work with them in the future. And then I don't think it really matters. I guess these things are relevant to the bots. So just queue the basic ones, then the upgraded ones, and then upgraded everything else. In case we ever make it to that point, we'll probably have to increase our research speed to get all of this done in the mission, but we'll see how it goes. That's something for now. We've had 8 parts done. We could speed time up, but I kind of feel like we need some money. But that may be hard to do with the current layout. I'm moving this into there and doing some kind of calculators in here. We should make a product and sell it, shouldn't we? So it's ongoing. So let's design something. Let's go with calculators. We just do really basic ones. What's the expectation? 1.5 display, 2 battery life. To excuse blinking things, I can't work out what's happening, but something in the corner of my eye keeps bothering me. Sorry if I'm a bit distracted by what that is until I can work out what's going on. Plastic case is pretty simple to make, right, and it is better. I guess it's not as stylish. Ecology, but people don't care about that. So yeah, plastic is a simpler. Let's go with that. Plastic calculator. Do a little square one. In divided orange, I think. The triple Bepo 9000. Yeah, that'll do. We want 1.5 display. Weird. 3 arrays might be the easiest way of doing that. Possibly. And then they want 2 battery life. Which 2 battery stacks would be the easiest way. I think. Because otherwise it's a double battery stack and an enhanced cell, or 4 enhanced cells. Or 4 single cell batteries could be pretty easy. It would add more weight relative and so on, but it might work. And, you know, it might be easiest. Oh, they won't fit. They're bigger than I thought. 4 of these would fit, though. Ticks everything off. Gets us the 5 market appeal at this level. I don't know what they're going to want in the future, but we can, you know, like, we can add a beeper. I'm not sure audio is what calculators want, right? Maybe the logic circuits, I should think. Or they'll want better display. I think we're going to have to redesign something entirely new, ultimately. But we could put the price up by putting a simple circuit in. Or 2. It did not increase, right, because we didn't actually... It only adds the price if you oversupply the features that people ask for, not if you just add extra stuff they might want in the future. So that might potentially be future-proofing, but we can't see the future. So I think it would be better if we overdid the battery life with 2 double stacks. Yeah, then the actual value comes in and we have battery life for the future. That seems better. Could we rearrange this in some fashion? Yeah, so that we can fit another LED array in as well. Then we'll get even more money. And we're just making the same things in even numbers, which might help, might not. I think that's good. The Triple Beepo 9000 is a very nice display. Lots of battery life, not much else. But it's 5 appeal and extra money on top of that. There we go, we finished the Triple Beepo 9000 design, so we're going to need an assembly table. Oh, hello, okay. Handheld assembly or bot assembly. So when it says automate, I kind of figured this is what it means. Bot tables, robots doing it. Oh no, this is not what that is. This is an assembly table that makes robots, not that is powered by robot. Okay. Sure, we're going to stick with the handheld for now. To make the Triple Beepo 9000. So every 2.6 days, hate that. 1 case, 2 battery stacks, 4 LED arrays. Every 2.6 days. How do we even do the math on that? Plastic case makes 1 per day. So we could have 2.6 assembly tables for that. But let's not worry about that one because that's the small number. In terms of double battery stacks, we make 1 per day per table. We need 1 per 2, so same. No, this is, yeah, because we need 2 of them. This is making enough, but if we wanted a second assembly table, we'd need another one of these, potentially. One of them is fed by 1, making the level down. We just line these up different to visualize. And then LED array. Right, yeah, the basic one. Just needs electronic parts, makes 1 per day. We need 4 every 2.6 days. We need to call this something else. Like... it's 1 per... So if we build 2, it's 1 per 1.3 days. So we build 2 assembly tables, and we're going to start calling it 1 per day, which is not right. There's more potential, but we're going to call it 1 per day. This makes 1 per day. This makes 1 per day, but we now need 2. No. That was the whole point. Both tables means 1 per day. We need 2, because it's 2 per day. We mean doubling that up. And then we need 4 per day of these. They make 1 per day each. This might be overkill, like we're producing them too quick to sell them, but it should be okay. So, 4, we're going to do that, and then we need another 2 doing the battery cells, and that should be everything we need. We've got the money to invest. Hopefully it makes a return. They're making that. That is also making double. That is making single. Okay, that's all the elements. Now we just need to arrange them and get them shelved and get the people hired. And so on. I think we should make a pallet just for them. And then assemble down this end. And there. Not ideal. What about there? Storage they can both reach? Yeah, if you do that. That's not reachable by both, but we'll do that anyway. That's something. Not sure what it is, but it's something. Keep trying to get a shortcut to the move button. Keyboard shortcuts aren't. Don't exist. Those are the same thing. Those are the same thing. There's 4 of these and 3 is a easier layout. it over one. Oh, we did it. We made the conveyors. Did you automate the production for that? Apparently I did, but I don't know how. Production line. We won't run out of parts anytime soon. Yeah, we're going to keep making conveyor parts. Where are they going though? Did they... Maybe they just took them because of the objective. Don't know. Can't buy them. Have to make them in-house. Okay. Fine. Now you can place them in straight lines. Bit by bit, and then they join up. Consumes the conveyor parts from personal inventory. Right. Right. But they're not here. Where are they? Our logistics guy hasn't moved them here for some reason. Like, I don't know why. They don't need to be stored on the shelf. They need to be stored on the pallet. But it's not doing it. Okay, weird, but okay. I think we should finish what we're working on anyway. I mean, I'm just going to grab them anyway. It's here, sure. We will build some of that in a second, but first let's finish what we're halfway through, so we don't leave a mess everywhere. This layout isn't ideal either, but it doesn't really matter. People will run around to get this done. We could put the cases right next door. In fact, why don't we do that? Put the cases in there with them. That's fine. These also aren't in a set of 3. It's not going to be pretty however we do it. So let's do 2 of you there. 2 of you there. No, don't like that. Could do that, but it blocks it off. Just rearrange it later. It's not a big deal. But if we do that, symmetrical and leaves a walkway. The storage required for this is not... I mean, that's all we can do. One on the corner there. Let's put a second in case it helps. And then here, a couple of shelves. And a couple extras to help out. It's probably overkill on shelving, but it'll help. I think that's all the elements needed at the right rates to get this done. It does overlap. No, it doesn't overlap. So that shouldn't... The conveyor belt stuff shouldn't interfere. Here, I don't know why there's a bunch of metal here. See that? Why is he bringing metal and plastic over to this pallet? Or even onto that shelf? Why? Oh, because it's linked into the bench, so we do actually need it. Right. They're going to share the pallet regardless because they're in the same zone. I want to change that, don't I? I do. So let's make a new zone. Havana. Can we rename? This is conveyor production zone. We'll hire someone to do logistics there. That should stop them from doing that. Still don't know why there's metal here, but whatever. What do we need? Metal, plastic, electronic parts, chemicals. Metal, plastic, electronic parts, chemicals. More plastic. More plastic, that's all good. I think that's everything. We also need staff. Let's bring them in. There we go. Alright, missed that one. There we go. Should be a full team. Spent a lot of money, so we need to start making money. We need to add the finished product here. So the triple BPO 9000. Increase the storage a little bit. Go with that much. And with a sell order to sell everything. That'll be fine. Right, they've kind of disabled the courier routes. Interesting. I assume that's to teach us about conveyors between buildings or something. I didn't need that. I was interested in market overview. We can sell up to 30 of these. So that won't be a problem. Good. Now I can make a conveyor belt, but why would I? It's a bit unclear on that at the moment. Let's just build one in one of these spare buildings and hopefully find out eventually. So we build it, it takes it from our hands, click, and click. Yep. Make it long enough to complete the milestone. Perfect. Gonna enable that company goal to make 100 calculators because we're now making calculators. That was good. I can deconstruct and we get all the parts back. Very nice. Helpful. Sure. Click on it in edit mode to edit it. Using the move tool we can go back into the edit mode and adjust. Right. Deconstruct the belt now. It does little chunks at a time. Oh, what I placed down gets taken away. That makes sense. There we go. Tidy it back up. Conveyor belts are great for transporting all items of the same type to a new location endlessly. Right. Quicker than people can do it? I mean, how do you get it onto it in the first place is the bit I'm missing, I suppose. Once you've selected the item type to transport, employees will put every item of that type they can find onto the conveyor. Well, what's... So how do you then stop them from taking it from the end and putting it back at the start? Cannot control the amount sent by belt. They'll fill the belt until there's no more storage in the target zone. So there is a target that they won't take from. Logistics employees do the work, so it kind of just helps the logistics employees get things from A to B quicker. If an item reaches the end of the belt will be blocked and stop moving. Okay, so maybe not. I mean, I can get the idea of connecting two buildings. I can see the help of that. Go from there, out to there, over to there, through this window. So they can load it at that window and it'll appear in this room. But then how do we get it from there to somewhere? Connect two buildings with one conveyor belt. I feel like I've already done that, but it's not ticked it. Do I need to come into the room, maybe? No, that doesn't look right. That's, I didn't change anything. Let's just start again. Making a big mess of this. It's a little clunky, the controls of actually building this. Not great. But, you know, not awful. We'll live. From there, out to the middle, over to there, clearly through. There we go, that ticked it, that's better. That odd bit I accidentally put there. Two options to get items on. The first one is to set a hint for logistics employees. To do that, you click on the start and you add what you want to move, let's say calculators. The output of the belt needs to be connected to. Just because there's a storage at the end doesn't mean your employees will use it. Okay. Certain items are stored in an inventory by setting a declare sync flag. If the flag is set, logistics will prefer this inventory to store. What? I thought the tutorial was over, but here we are. If you want logistics employees to always store certain items, you can set declare sync. They will store things. I don't necessarily want them to store things there. So bring it from elsewhere and put it there. Declare source means they'll pick up and store it somewhere else. What if you click both? Both settings are predominantly used to allow smooth exchange between conveyor belts and people. I don't really get it, but okay. Use information to transport items between buildings instead of getting people to... Yep, it should be a good demonstration. It seems nice to avoid having the trolley wheeling around and taking weird routes and whatever if the doorways are in the right place, but okay. Make some profit, sure. I mean, we're selling calculators, but I guess in order to learn more we should move the calculators into this building now and work out how we're going to get this done. Weird. So in order to keep this tidy, let's set up a new zone. It's going to do all that. And Lagos zone will become a research zone. Add a person. So the person who was there now works here. If I add a courier pallet that takes in the finished calculators, fills it up, we're going to have a little problem. We'll come back to that. Move all this stuff that's here over there. Might be a little messy. We'll work it out. Yeah, building's not a great size for it. Oh well. Block that door, I don't really need it. So we'll do that. Get a shelf. And another one. That'll do for them. And then these battery parts. Get them without blocking the route? Just about. Probably not these ones as well, no. So they'll need to come into the next bit of the room. Be nice if the buildings were a helpful size, you know. But oh well. Guess that's too much to ask for. They can go like that, but then where does the assembly ones go? And the cases. I mean, the cases can go wherever. And then there. Guess it doesn't really matter for the logistics here. Move a few shelves around and let the automated system work out the best way to use them. Then there. Kind of hemorrhaging money, so we do need to get this working. Storage for them. And for them. And then storage for the case bench there. That's kind of all the storage needed. So if I take that one, just to see if it's needed at the end of the conveyor or how that works, then this is no longer got anything to sell. We can get rid of it. Get a bit of money back, but I don't... Oh, and the items come into my hands. Interesting. Still annoyed that they're not putting that on the pallet, and I don't know why. But okay. The issue is there's no delivery space in this building for the materials coming in. So... yeah. Not sure how we deal with that. Another conveyor belt that brings them in? Don't think so. We're going to need that door. Which means I need to move that. It's not a great building for it. That there, that there. There we go. It's functional. I can put this stuff in here. Just to have it there. Though I seem to be clicking the wrong buttons here. There we go. Click and click, not drag and drop. I need reassigning. Because I was doing logistics there. I now need to do logistics in Gamma Zone. Which we'll rename to Calculator Production Zone. Let's see how that goes. So the conveyor's set up to... Oops. I didn't even check the objectives, I was just getting this sorted, but I seem to have done it. Oh, we made a profit. Right, that's what was going on. Fine businesses indeed. I need to go a little more. Proper business plan could help. Yeah. Introducing. What do we want to achieve? What do we want to plan? So something blah blah blah. We want to make a cleaning robot. At some point, sure. Explore the market, so on and so on. All fine. Bit of research finished. We done any? We just finished the first research. Okay, that's not going very quick then, is it? But it's going, so we can expand that at some point as we fiddle around with everything we're doing. See how it goes. The market. So we need to discover the cleaning bot market by progressing in the other ones first, which we've almost made good progress with the calculator. We'll see how that goes. The company goals, doesn't look like we're going to achieve any of them in this quarter, but we'll see how it goes in the next one. We are allowed courier routes now, so yeah, still really very unsure about all this. How it all comes together, but we'll try and get there. Metal, plastic, electronics and chemicals need to be purchased. And then we need to actually add the request for them here. Might be why they're not using them. Don't know. But there we go. Logistics only. Missing supply. That's fine because we're going to courier route from that pallet I just set up to that pallet. That's not how you do that apparently. Add that pallet. There we go. And add plastic, metal, electronics and chemicals. Load up at the first one, unload at the second one. Add a person. Okay. It's a bit moot because if they're making that journey with those, they can make the journey back with the finished goods. So, you know, why don't they? Discovery points, yep, by researching, sure. We are aware. This looks like you could just do with an extra logistics person to keep things moving. I am not fast enough. So let's bring someone in to help me out. Yeah, I don't get it. They make that journey, they could make the journey back. They've got space on their trolley to carry a few bits. Unless we just make them too quickly and then that would make sense. We may need to direct a few things. They do seem to be struggling to work this out. And if we wanted a conveyor belt that took these 4 materials over to this building from here, we'd need 4 separate conveyor belts. So what's the point, I guess? Is it quicker than the person? It is, in this case, only because the door's there and the window's here. If the door was here and the window there, it wouldn't be quicker. It would be pointless, I think. This guy picks that up and takes it to the pallet where we sell it. And this has got plastic and metal on for no reason. Let's force them to move that out. I don't know why. The automated systems confuse me a bit. They're not doing what I would do, so... And they're kind of like wasting money, which we don't have to spare at the moment. Kind of at risk of failing this mission because I don't know what's going on. Hopefully this just balances out. We'll leave it going. This constant production of conveyor parts. I don't know when we tell them to stop because, you know, it costs money to make it. Kind of wanted them to fill in a slot on the pallet and then stop. But I don't think we can control them like that. Doesn't appear so. Dunno. We made the conveyor. Oh, you can add multiple items, okay. Right, so you could feed all of them through. But are they only fed through if they're needed the other side? Or would we be constantly buying plastic and feeding it through? I guess it said if the assigned storage in the destination is done. So we'd assign the storage at the other end and then it would be okay. I think. Might be doable. I mean, you know, we should give it a go at some point soon. There's just not really enough room in this building to do anything, any production. If we can't handle this many desks just to make calculators. What do we need to do? We need to earn 50,000 in a quarter using pocket computers. Might focus down the calculator related goals, get rid of the calculator production and swap over or something. We'll see. One thing at a time, I guess. It'll be a while before we're making cleaning bots, I think, because we need to progress and unlock that market. Which will cost us 250. Got 110. Can get cassette players as well. Fine. Earn ourselves 20 of those points. It's something. If we progress the calculator market now. Let's do that. It's added a desire for processing power. So we could redesign to add that on. Well, I see what Twitch is doing. It's a little box on the thing that keeps disappearing and reappearing. That's why it's flickering in the side of my view. Sorry. Not important. What has happened? The market appeal of this has dropped to 3.1 because we don't have any processing power in it. So we want to maximize sales. What were sales? Really rubbish, like 3 a week. 5 a week at best. We're supposed to be producing one every 1.3 days. So in a 7-day week, we should be producing 5. Maybe. 5 is the number. If we can sell 15 at the current rates, we don't adjust the price, because we can sell everything we're making and we'll get more money this way. So yeah, don't touch the price on that. Don't need to make a new one either, because we wouldn't get more money for it unless we made more than 15 a week. So unless we sped things up, which we don't have space to do without juggling things around a bunch. We could make like the batteries over in this building and then send them over on conveyor. I just can't see the point of the conveyors. The person with the trolley is doing a fine job. I guess they cost money. They cost us 14 a day and the conveyor doesn't. Maybe that matters. So constantly calculators at this end not being put on the belt. I guess logistics staff are busy. They are busy. There's a lot going on over here, obviously. Don't know, very awkward. We might just swap out of the calculator market because the numbers aren't round. And I think the pocket computer one was rounder numbers. I don't know. Why was that flickering a number at me? Still haven't worked that out. No big deal anyway. Sold 4. Things are progressing here too. This will also give us the purple points, discovery points. Might help us unlock the bot market sooner. Oh, there's a whole big building over here I didn't even notice. I didn't look at the start enough. We've got a delivery area here as well. That could simplify some things. Okay. If we got this much room to work in, we could do pocket computers here. I think we could safely do pocket computers here. Let's get a basic one set up. Try, don't like that name. Hideous Note, no. Hollow PDA, no. The Koala Thinker. Ultra, no. The Hypernote Alpha, there we go. Yes, like this, with a keyboard for the Hypernote Alpha. In cool stone suits that, I think. Yep. Let's take a look then. 1.5 display fidelity means 3 LED arrays or a matrix and an array. Making a matrix and an array is a bit complex. Making 3 arrays is easier, simpler. 1.5 processing power. Again, it's 3 simple circuits. That's not ideal. If we also need to fit 1.5 battery life, we kind of need to research some better stuff. Yeah, we can't fit all that. Or we need to make things a bit more complicated. Like a matrix and an array like that. And then the processing power is just a little short. That's that one. Like that. That ticks all the boxes. Gets us the 5 market appeal. Overbuilding, we could add something. It's just, yeah, that production's a bit complicated. I mean, we can do it. No reason we can't do it. Add a little battery power as well. Extra cell adds a bit of value. I assume that in every case, the cost of making the cell is recouped. It's something of an assumption to make. Like if I take that away, it's adding, what, like 80 coins worth of costs, and increasing profit by... Oh, it's actually dragging the profit down. It did. Oh, that's interesting. It actually is reducing the profit per unit, even though it increases the value of the item. It's not valuable enough to be worth the work involved in making it. Okay, don't add it in then. Do the bare minimum for the Hypernote Alpha. Assembly time 2.4 days. That's based on the number of things you put in, right. So in order to get a nice round number, you need to put a nice round number of things inside it. Is it worth adding more things in? Affects the cost badly. Still. So we made the bigger case. There's the battery power, all in one. There's the processing power overdone. This does not fit nicely in this case at all. But there's... yeah, there's that done. I'd rather do that, I think, and just barely make it. So profit isn't as good. Production time is exactly 2.5 days. Which is a round number we can work with easier. Kind of. If we go to big enough scale, we can. We'd have to kind of do 5 tables and do 1 per half day and try and get the supply in to do that. 1 per half day is a bit much, but we can do it, I guess. Everything else is good on it, but let's give it a go. Let's play around with it and see if it works. So the Hypernote Alpha is design finished. And then, oh, we don't have the money. We don't have the money to buy 5 handheld assembly tables, so it's not going to happen. But we can make a little bit, bare minimum, to get things moving and some money rolling in, and then we can invest in scaling it up, I guess. I suppose so. So a tinker table for each stage involved. We've got double battery stack, logic circuit, LED array, metal case. Metal case, LED array, double battery stack, logic circuit. Logic circuit is there. That needs plastic parts and circuit boards. Battery stack, plastic parts. Plastic parts, circuit board, battery stack. They're purchased, they're purchased, they're purchased. Okay, that's all the... it's one of every desk, so the ratio is wrong for perfect throughput balancing or whatever. But it'll make some, and that should make some profit, hopefully. This layout isn't the best, but it might do the job. Maybe there, so no, that's not great. How it was might have been better, actually. Let's put battery stuff there. Case. Maybe we leave a little gap like that. To there, and then those extra bits on the end. Sure, let's do that. We'll just have some shelves down the middle that they can work from. And a pallet down the end for everything to flow from. Set the rules. So outbound, let's put 12 slots in, and then we need to buy in metal, electronics, plastic, and chemicals. It's all good. That's all that. Just need to hire the people. Hopefully we can afford them. And then probably fast forward for like 2 years to make enough money to actually invest in anything else. We're going to need... this is Zanzibar zone. Rename that to Rocket Computer Production Zone. A logistics person? Let's get 2 just to make sure it flows okay. There we are, down to 20 grand. We'll see how that ends up. I do want to play around with these conveyors more, learn them more, but at the moment, not in a good position to be doing that. So I think make some money, scale up, make some more money, scale up, make some more money, then fiddle with conveyor belts and trying it at work. We may end up expanding our pocket computer production into this building, and then we can see how the belts work in that regard. Whether we can just keep a tiny bit of calculator production going to feed in alongside it somehow over there, and then this building, maybe this building for the cleaning bots when we get there. I don't know, but we can speed time up now. Because we're done spending money, so we should, as long as we don't go under, start making money better. Making 850 for every pocket computer, 928 for every calculator. It would be good to make more calculators, but yeah, a bit of a squeeze. I don't know if that estimate factors in the logistics involved, like the wage of that person maybe. Might do, might not. So ending up with spare metal and plastic there, I don't know why. What I can do is just take it. If I get used to the controls. If I force it into here, it'll delay them. Might delay them? Don't know. Can I put it into a shelf? Because that's a bit cheating, isn't it? I can. Might get used there. The metal might get used there. I don't know. We've researched the stylish case now as well. We can make ourselves a stylish calculator, if we so choose. Which means we're moving on to the chassis for robots. Fine, keep that ticking along. The production rate of research points is faster than we're consuming them, so we could get an extra research desk to speed that up if we wanted, if we could afford it. Maybe we can, not sure yet. What is this number? It's weekly profit, so it thinks we're going to make 4.5 grand a week. Sure. We don't have enough storage space here, do we? It's not quite working right. Interesting. Hello, Jazz. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. Happy Sunday to you. Hope you're having a good one. What were we up to? Oh, Celesta, of course. Of course. How did it go? You were playing through a recent DLC, right? How is it? Hope everyone had a good time. If you've been lurking away in Jazz stream and you haven't followed him yet, there is a button in your chat now. You can do that. Give him a follow. We're making stuff over here, which we often do. I do like games where stuff gets made. And here we are making some handheld computers, some calculators, some conveyor belts, and some stuff that's breaking my brain a little bit, which, you know, often happens as well in these kind of games. A bit of me mumbling numbers to myself, but at the end of the day I'm gradually getting a hang of what we do here. Kind of. They're trying to teach us about how the conveyor belts work, and I'm not quite grasping it, so, you know, we're just going to continue with this mission, try and make a bit of cash. You can see top right, we're not in a healthy financial position. And then we'll start, I don't know, trying to learn how to use conveyor belts more effectively than we currently are, hopefully. Finale of the DLC was a pile of dog. Yeah. Glad to be putting Celeste behind you. That's a shame. I've heard good things about the game in general, but I vaguely remember pretty much all of the DLCs not being, like, great, just being a bit meh, from what I've heard other people saying, so bit of a shame. Guess it depends on cost and everything. I haven't really looked at what it would cost and stuff, but a shame to come back to a game only to be disappointed by it. What was that? So we've researched plastic chassis, which was an optional objective for our progression. Good. What other optionals are there? We need to unlock the market. Well, that's, yeah, requirement, not optional. And the chassis and the motor are not optional either. They are actual requirements, but we've got them queued up, so that's fine. We will get them done. Be all right. We'll probably get them done before we're capable of unlocking the cleaning bot market. Need another 100 points for it. The advice we reckon is get the base game and the character DLCs on discount, and then workshop campaigns. Yeah, that makes sense. As is sometimes the case with games, isn't it? The workshop stuff, the community-made content is just better. Better balanced, you think? Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Again, the number appears up there and I don't know why. Doesn't really matter, I guess. We're selling stuff. Apparently we're not made a profit last week. Let's have a look at money. What is going on? Wages, upkeep, material purchase, total costs. Yeah, that's not a good sign. We may be going under on this mission. Profit is... oh, it is there. Okay, it's ticking in. Last 30 days are looking okay. 20% margin. Not great, but okay. Maybe we're safe. Keep things speeding forward, see how it goes. Calculators to sell there, that's fine. What's going on here then? Right, the storage and conveyor parts is full, so if I take them, just so we have more we can build, they'll get back to work making more. Still very unsure about this. I guess we don't need that there. Could do with bolting this onto somewhere else that uses metal and plastic, just so it kind of slots in a bit. Meh. Just ticked all that off. That research is done as well. Metal case. Now we're moving on to the motors. Fine. Bit by bit. And a goal was completed a while ago. Progress complete. So at the end of this quarter, that'll move into completed. And we will get a 3% assembly speed increase, which is going to screw my math even more. 3% is a horrible amount to have to do the math on. But oh well. We made 30 in profit on that. Still looks like we're going to go under, but we made profit to progress there. If in the next 12 days we can make another 18 components, we'll get this one done as well, which will increase all crafting speed by 3%. Again, horrible number to do the math on, but there we go. Is good company another production chain like Factorio? Yes, it is. The obvious difference being there's people here and there isn't in Factorio, and there's also no raw material sourcing, so we're not mining out of the ground like you would in Factorio. We buy material in, perform processes on it like you would in any factory game, and then sell off the finished goods for cash. So conceptually it's still the same kind of thing. Perform functions on things to turn them into other things, and then assemble those things into other things, add value at every stage, and then yeah, money is the controlling factor here, which, you know, it's similar to any, you know, it's a production game about producing things with some weird logistical challenges involved that not quite getting my head around. Also, I guess we're not quite getting my head around the money because we're not doing good. I don't know why not. We passed the other one. Good. 2 goals succeeded. It's unlocked some new ones. We're getting a bonus from them, and we've earned our little success points, whatever they're used for. Earn 50 grand with pocket computers. We're now making them, so that's theoretically doable, and make 60 grand in profit. That's theoretically doable, so we'll add them to the actives. See how that goes. I've just overdone it. We could stop making conveyor belts, because I don't particularly see the value, and we'd save money on the upkeep if we stopped doing it. If we need to, maybe. We could stop doing research if we don't need it as well, I guess, in theory. Research on the small motor done, so they're going to carry on. Just, yeah, doesn't look like we're making enough money to actually get anywhere, but we'll have to be patient and see how that goes. Maybe we need to design something simpler. Well, I don't know, what we designed was profitable. Supposed to make 850 each and 928 each. I guess we're just not making enough. It's a weird one. Or maybe I made things unnecessarily complicated. We could have left calculators in this room and done away with some of the logistics involved. It's not... shouldn't matter. These guys make screens, these guys make cases, these guys make batteries. They put them into a calculator. Calculator's put on the belt. Comes through to next door. He takes the calculator, puts it on the pallet. End of the week. The calculator's on the pallet, gets sold. Should be fine. 1,600 monies every time we sell one. So what's the problem? What's the negatives here? Why were our expenses 16.5 grand on that day, or that week? 7 grand now. Material purchase, maybe we were filling in storage slots for no good reason. Buying a bunch of extra metal to lie around the place. Could be. Guess the cost isn't consistent. Whenever you need to buy in another 100 metal, it takes a big chunk. Maybe that's the issue. Cash is going up now. As long as it keeps going up, we'll be okay. It stays consistent. Last 30 days we made 35% margin, which isn't awful. Might work out okay. Don't know, we could play around with the stuff, work out how the conveyors are supposed to work, and then restart the mission and do things more profitably, I guess. It's an option. What are you complaining about? Got no... Oh, you didn't really have enough storage space for everything down here. You are not putting it away, but we don't need any more circuit boards, so that's fine. That shelf is full of stuff. This is also full of stuff, so why do we have 2 storage slots for battery stocks? Oh, an input and an output. That makes some sense, actually. Maybe they're okay. They're not using the overflow on the pallet to store anything, so maybe it's going okay. It's flowing a bit. That research was the small motor needed to make a cleaning robot. So we have that now. For what it's worth. How many researches do we need to get through to actually unlock that market? We need another 70 points. So what we got queued up is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Yeah, it's not really going to happen. Each of these is going to be very long time to research at our current speed. So our better bet for progressing is to progress the markets. Need to sell another 60 calculators to progress that. Another 120 pocket computers to progress that. Sure. It's interesting. It's kind of just like slow, I guess. We have to wait for the money. And we have to produce and sell that many things. The scale would be better if it was more, if we were making more calculators, and this was quite a lot. Maybe we need to make more basic calculators rather than few high-tech ones like we've done. Possibly. There we go. I mean, there's 10 grand for selling that. Can't be that bad. I'm not moving the cases, but there are a full stack of cases on the shelf, so yeah, it's okay over here. Just the production ratios are off and we knew that. Seems fine. What point do I invest some money in scaling up? Well, how many can we sell of each? We could sell 30 of our computers per week. We're currently selling 2, so that's probably a good one to scale up. Quite easily done as well. We want eventually... see, here's the annoying thing. we got a 3% speed bonus. So whereas before it was like 1 per half day, it's now 1 3/100ths per half day, which is difficult to juggle. Not sure what we're going to do about that. But we successfully completed the profit thing to make 60,000 more in sales than we spent on materials. Okay. That's going to give a further 6%? Or perhaps replace the 3% with a 6% speed. I guess we'll find out at the end of the quarter which of those it is, whether it replaces or adds. 9%, again, is not a round number that's easy to work with, so yeah. That's an interesting one. A passive effect would be we gain a success point for every 100 modules we craft. Success points unlock different benches to work on. A form of research, and just getting that passively by producing stuff sounds kind of appealing. We'd need to make 100 calculators in a quarter, and we've made 50 in 70 days. That's not bad going. And we're not producing very quick. Likewise with the pocket computers, we're not far off succeeding on that, all things considered. What does that reward? 1 success point for every 200 research we generate. And we've got 3,800 in store, so we must be generating quite a bit. Interesting. The assembly is missing LED arrays. I guess there's not enough benches doing it. It's interesting. Jazz off to make some foods. Enjoy. Hope it's tasty. See you when you're back. If everything is a 3% increase, then we can still pretend it doesn't exist to work out the numbers. Probably. So if we still work on the basis of we're going to try and make one of these every half day, is it worth it? Let's say we did. We'd want to make 3 LED arrays per half day, and the desk makes 1 per day, so we want 6 desks or 3 upgraded desks if we unlock the chemistry table, which, you know, we can do, no big deal. It's kind of worth it. I'm just thinking if we just progress the markets instead and design something new, it's going to be a while before we can do that on pocket computers, so I think that's fine. Let's unlock chemistry desk. There we go. So chemistry table is unlocked. Does chemical stuff quicker than the current table. Don't know what chemistry focus means. Items crafted with chemicals provide 25% extra analysis and crafting speed, but things that don't have chemicals in are slower. Maybe you can put a focus on the zone? Would be weird, but viable. Doesn't look like it. If it's for the whole company, then that sounds pretty bad, but I guess we'll see. In any case, if I upgrade that table, it makes 1 per half day, and we want 3 per half day in theory, so 2 more chemical tables. We're not going to see a good return on this for a while, but I think we can get started regardless. We don't need all this delivery area, so why don't I start all the way over. Hope we don't need that door either, because we've got a door down here. I didn't need to build that one. Hopefully we get all the money back. Let's move that desk over here and give it its own storage shelves. Like that. Hire the missing people. They're not really going to do much, but let's begin the scale up. Might need an extra logistics person as we go, but we'll see for now. Set the recipe. Silly me, LED arrays. Okay, so that's enough to feed 5 assembly tables from them. Still got cash coming in. Seems to be going okay. So let's look at the next thing. Cases. This table makes 1 per day. So if we upgrade, it'll make 1 per half day. Yes. And we want to make 1 per half day. So 1 desk is enough. Just want to move it so we know it's good. Just bring it over here for a bit. This needs to be fed with 6 plastic parts per half day. This desk makes 10 per day. That's 5 per half day. That's not enough. So we upgrade it, or do we build a second one? We upgrade it. We've been over that. It's better in the long term. Move that over there. Get its own little storage shelf there. We'll give it another one too. There we go. Okay. Next thing is the logic circuits. The table makes 1 per day, so if we upgrade, but we need the electronics workbench, can we afford it? No. We need 10 more success points, which we're nowhere near really getting, but we can add the next profit-related objective. It was a tiered thing. I can see that here now. Value gain 3. These are tiered, so it wasn't an additional 6%, it was turning the upgrade into 6%. So now things are unbalanced, but you know, whatever. Which is annoying. The game's about production chains, production lines. If you want your throughput rates to be right, you need to get your numbers balanced. If you then add a 6% bonus to one thing and a 3% to another, you become unbalanced and it's pointless. This will bring assembly speed to 10, but crafting speed is still at 3. And we haven't unlocked anything that's going to change that, so there's no point. I don't know. Bit odd. But, you know, maybe I'm missing something, as always. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Point is, I can't unlock that yet until we complete another goal. So if we had to use this table, we need 2 tables making logic circuits to get 1 per half day. Have I done this right? I'm making 3 of them per half day. Oh, we need 2 logic circuits per computer. So no, we need 4 desks to achieve that, all in all. Fine. Kind of. Might just kind of wait on that one and see. The other one is the battery. So we have that desk already, so if we upgrade that and the one feeding into it, 1 battery stack per day, per half day, and then 1 double battery stack per half day, taking that fed in, that's fine. That's doing 1 per half day, and we need 1 per half day, same as the case, so that's good, those 2 benches on their own. We might just not move for now. The issue is that the logic circuit needing both circuit board and plastic pieces, and we have surplus plastic pieces being made here that we could feed into this. So if we had 4 of this type of bench, we might, I don't know, we might get there. Either way, we're doing 2 per half day, so we're doing 10 plastic parts per half day, which is what 1 bench makes. So we need an extra bench regardless, that's fine. Extra workbench especially for this regardless. Making plastic parts, let's do that. That's for that, and that's exclusively for the cases, so that is self-contained, that is what it is in that case. For now we'll block this window in, but we can unblock it later, it's no big deal. Do that, give them the nicer shelf layout. I think it's nicer. Block that door as well, and we can unblock it later as well. We'll see about all this in a second. In terms of circuit board, hang on, I've got myself confused here. This makes 10 per half day. We need to consume 10 per half day. So one of them feeds all 2 of the upgraded Tinker tables. they're going to become electronics workbenches. So 2 electronics workbenches for that. That's then going to consume 4 circuit boards per half day. No. I'm confused. If we had 4 of these benches, we'd be consuming 20 plastic every day, which is 10 every half day. Yes, we would also have 8 circuit boards every day, which is 4 per half day. This makes 5 per half day, so 1 of those is enough as well to feed 4 of them. Are we going to get 1? It's going to be close, but we might get the money made from pocket computers, which would let me just upgrade these benches and not build 4 of this type, but have 2 of the better one, which I'd rather do. I'd rather wait on that. But that can come. It's going to be 2 of them. So we put that there, kind of. It's going to be inconsistent and whatever, but whatever, you know. One of them there. One of them there. So they'll have that there, and they are a mess. No, let's not do that then. They're there. We'll put that bench there. The other one there. With this shelf. Like that. No, blocks access. Well, you can get to it. You can get round to it. That's fine. That'll, we'll juggle that around when we need to. What I want to do is empty these. So I don't know if we can just set them to hold something we're not buying and fill it. And then that'll force them to empty the slots. Hopefully. Yeah, works. Then delete the rule. Might actually start using it, mightn't they? We're going to need more assembly benches and we may end up... Nah, we won't use these. Let's clear them. We'll change that when we... Well, we can buy the extra assembly benches now too. Just missing the one of the elements required to make it worth it, but you know. There's 5 benches. How do we lay this out neatly? An interesting one, this game, isn't it? I'm getting stuff done. I just don't feel like I'm in control of all this. You know, whatever. We completed that goal. We got the success points. Nice. Things are happening. It's good. That's going to give us more success points over time. It's very nice. We use the ones we've got to get the electronic workbench. And I can upgrade this. Build 1 more electronic workbench. Bring the staff in for it, and it's making logic circuits. Pretty soon this isn't going to be enough, you know, I'm going to have to upgrade the computer, so it'd be weird. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, we want to put that next to that one and that one over here instead, and then open up the middle. Do that, maybe. Bunch of shelves, but open it up so they can get to their pieces quicker. Seems good. We don't need more logistics people at the moment, but only because things aren't really flowing. Fine. Set these recipes. Accidentally pause. Bring the people in. Because now it's just a matter of layout. That's the only issue. Holding this back. Can we make something neat like this? Kind of. Kind of. Put the corner shelves there. These guys don't have to move, but the guy in the middle does, but that's kind of okay. Put the straight shelf in the middle there just to fill up the space. Seems okay. Got space on there, I think. It seems okay, although again it's full of stuff it shouldn't be. Whatever that means. Now we're going to need more people doing the logistics over here, aren't we? Let's get 2 more. Our income seems good. Somehow we've managed to make a bunch of income. Keep things good. If we get these 100 calculators this quarter and we don't need more, we may abandon calculator just to tidy up. But we can progress the calculator market, which we should do right? It's always good to progress it, and it gives us the points we're after. And that's the top level in this mission for the calculator market anyway, so if we built a calculator good at this level, then we'd be set for the mission. Not that we're going to necessarily, but we might. We're still only selling 5 or 6 per week, and we can sell up to 10 with our current configuration. So despite having a low market appeal, we can still sell everything we're making at this price of 1900, so we shall leave that price alone and make better money in this market. That's good. We need to sell a lot more computers, but we're making them a lot faster now, so that should happen. We can sell up to 30 a week. Don't know what we're making. 1 per half day, right? So 2 per day, 14 a week, half what we can sell. Accelerated by 6%. So, yeah. Not a bad amount. If they're going to start filling all the space in this pallet up, we'll need to buy another, just remember that. Let's see how it goes. They are struggling to find somewhere to put the completed goods. Interesting. Because all the input goods are kind of filling up everything. This layout is not good for what we've got going here. We need either a logistics person to move them faster. So more logistics people is the answer, probably. Sure. Do 2 more. Play it safe. We evidently have the income now. Money's rolling in. Nice. Probably helped by the added value to the calculators. Good. Should we... Yeah, let's let them make some more conveyor parts. We'll... Tell you what, put the part stack back and they can top it up so I have nice, neat, full stacks all the time. Do like that. We should accelerate our research. We've got plenty of points coming in, and we've got money coming in now. It looks good. It looks healthy. We've survived. Let's get an extra research desk in to convert the points into progress. Probably expand that, although that location might not be the best. Maybe. Can you run a conveyor belt like through this doorway? Yes, you can. Good. Although there's a single piece there. You want the distance of the person walks to be the shortest bit, so you kind of want the conveyor to come right next to the pallet, which has to be in the delivery area. You can have one coming out of there and in this door. Nice if they're all straight lines, which happens easiest over here. As in, whatever's in these 2 buildings would be best connected to what's happening over here, rather than what's happening down here. So, you know. But that's fine. We can set up the cleaning block production in this room just to a small amount for the sake of the mission. Leave everything else making cash over here. That is filling up. And they do have more. Okay, let's get an extra pallet for that then. You are 4 finished Hypernote alphas. Fill the whole thing in. Don't store them there. Use that just for this stuff instead. See how that goes. It's good that the people overlap. If we had to leave space for them to walk, it would not go well. Okay, good. Progress there, progress there. Need to unlock the market still. We've got 210 points out of the 250 needed. How can we get 40 points? By levelling up the pocket computer market once. Good. I was a bit worried we'd have to unlock cassette players, progress it to earn the points back, but we'll be good. More research would help as well, but that's we've progressed to more expensive stuff and we kind of need to scale up the actual everything in order to get anywhere with that, I guess. Points at the moment, it's just the level 2s that are moving. Interesting. Yeah, just level 2s on those, and then what? Large compartment is both levels. Fine. We'll see how it's going at that point rather than when it's unbalanced. Any more? 2 more computers to sell to level that market up, which will affect the rating, won't it? They're going to expect more screens and processing, which I don't think we overbuilt enough. A little bit of the processing, but not by the amount they wanted. Oh well. There we go. We're ready to progress, so let's do that. Value goes up. Potential sales for us are now 17. And we're doing somewhere between 13, 11. So we're good. Yeah, based on the numbers we threw together, 17's around the limit, but it's okay. So we'll leave the price at maximum, along with the calculator left at maximum as well. Should be healthy. Looking very good on money now. Nothing to worry about in the end. There is another phase we can do in pocket computers, but we'll kind of just leave it as it is for now. It might even get to 225 relatively quick. We have the points to unlock cleaning bots, so let's do that. Cleaner bots market is available to us. We have researched the bare minimums to make 1, so let's go to the blueprint designer and create a new cleaner robot in a plastic chassis because it fits more. We'd need plastic sundries, which are made from plastic parts plus metal and plastic. The metal case just needs plastic parts and metal. It's a lot easier. Improved fragility and heat loss, but bad weight. Yeah, improved noise. Interesting. People care about noise, weight and heat. All of them. Battery life and mobility are necessary, and then processing power and data storage. Data storage on a cleaning robot? Okay. If that's what people want, that's what we'll make. I guess. The metal chassis is a lot easier though, so let's see if we can make one with that as our initial basic design. There's a vacuum cube. The cleaning squid, I kind of like that. Or the mop 360, don't like that design. Don't think that would win any fights. Let's go with the cleaning squid. The limited goblet deluxe, don't like that name. What about Nixie Scrubber YOLO edition? This is a good random name generator. I like this. What colour should we go for? Oh, powerful orange is powerful. Well, crystal blue looks nice though. Oh, that's a difficult choice. Fresh mint I don't like, but the other 3 are pretty good. Lemon yellow is a very cleaning type colour. Crystal blue is kind of fancy, although the little brushes, I don't think that colour really works. Powerful orange, I mean that works, it's very powerful. For the YOLO edition, I'll have a powerful orange cleaning squid. It's going to take... what do we got then? So the compartments we're unlocking add storage space, which they don't care about. Makes sense. What would you store in a cleaning robot? I don't mind having researched it. It's fine. Carry on, but that's no good. For locomotion, they want 1 point of mobility. Just for good times. Hello, welcome in. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a good Sunday. So the DC motor adds a speed and half a mobility, whereas the stepper motor adds a mobility and half a speed. So that's the one we want. Definitely. Me too, yeah, thank you. We're having a reasonable day. Playing a game with a lot of math and thinking, which is often a mistake for the brain. We'll see if I can survive. But it's fun. I just I'm not sure why I'm having fun playing it. I guess. They don't care about the sound quality, so we don't need any speakers on our cleaning robot. They don't need a display. They do want 1 point of data storage, so a register array does 1.5 points. That would be overkill, which isn't a bad thing. 2 small register banks would be easier to make and get us to the point. So I think we'll keep it simple initially. It's our first robot. Do that. then circuitry, so processing power, they want 1 point as well. You can do with a single logic circuit. Which is a bit awkward to make, but not that much worse than a simple circuit, so that's fine. And then battery power, we want 1 point of battery power, which we can do with a single battery stack. Which is pretty simple to make. So we can get everything they're asking for without going over the weight or the heat limits or anything like that. Get the full 5-star appeal. Profit's about the same as everything else we're making. Fine. Each element isn't too bad. Battery stack's easy. Logic circuits, okay. Register banks are very simple. And the motor looks quite complicated, but we can't avoid that one. Okay, I think that's a good design for our Maxi Scrubber YOLO edition. Let's finish it off. And that completes the objective of the mission. Good. So we're going to apparently use conveyor belts to achieve the production of this, although I don't see us needing to use conveyor belts. I just don't get the point yet. Hopefully the game will give us reason to use them in the future, but at the moment I don't really get the point. We'll see how it goes. Because I don't get the point, I'm going to take that stack of them. I've got 150 conveyors in case I change my mind, but then I'm going to get rid of all this. Just get rid of all these people. Fire button. Oops. Fire and confirm. We might be able to reuse the benches, but I think it's easier to start from scratch. For my brain. So I'm just going to delete all of that. Can't delete this if it's not empty. Okay. Oh, and I filled my inventory with junk. I see how that works. Fine. We'll leave this here doing nothing. Is it like a shortcut? Yeah? No? Control click. Shift click. There we go. Fine. That junk can stay there until we deal with it. And I'm going to wipe that zone out. And we'll use one big one in this room. Lumo is telling me about market shares. The amount of maximum demand we can cover. The demand of 50 will get 20% market share if we sell 10 bots. So we need to get 20% share in robots. The weekly demand is 50. So we need to make 10 per week to achieve the objective, I guess. It's quite a lot, actually. Optional is complete any company goal. We've done that. In fact, we've got a new one we could do. Produce cleaner bots with a total of 100 mobility. So that'll just kind of happen over time, hopefully, if we activate it. There's no other options at the moment, so might as well. Also, researching the medium stepper motor would progress an optional. So if we do that before we achieve the other, we'll have the optional done. Again, not that I know if that matters or not. That is our next research after our current one. The current one is going fine. Our research points are still kind of growing. So I feel like, especially now that our money is really healthy, an additional research desk would not kill us at all. Let's bring a guy in to do that. Might be nice if he wasn't on his own. Let me move this table around and clear a walkway as well. Let's just tidy that area a little bit. Okay, so that research might happen by the time we get this done. Let us start with assembling, so the end of the line, and we'll work back. We can assemble small robots on the handheld assembly table. The bot assembly table can also do that and excels at it. Has a cost, an upkeep cost, which is not good. Also possible to do medium-sized, but that's inefficient. Right. So it's designed for small robots. That's what we're doing, and it's what it's designed for. It's expensive, but let's give it a go. It's a bit big as well, but this is going to make Maxi Scrubber YOLO edition. Fine. It's getting the 10% boost or whatever, which is actually really helping this time. The robot should take 2.2 days to make. Because of our 10% boost, it's going to take 2 days. So 1 per 2 days per assembly table. We need to feed in, let's start with the simple stuff. 1 battery stack per 2 days. And a single basic table makes 1 battery stack per day, so that's twice what we need. And it just uses purchased materials, so nothing to worry about there. That's good enough just for that. Next we have small register banks. We need 2 every 2 days, which is 1 per day. The basic table, small registry bank does 1 per day. So that's good. 1 table is enough for that. The logic circuit and the Metalbot chassis, we need 1 per 2 days of each of them. And they share something that goes into them, so let's get them here. What was it? Metal chassis and logic circuit? Yep. 1 per 2 days each, and this does 1 per day, and that does 1 per day, so that's double what we need on those tables, I think. This is consuming 4 plastic parts per day, and this is consuming 5 plastic parts per day. The basic table makes 10 plastic parts per day, so 1 of those is enough for both of them. This also needs 2 circuit boards per day, and this makes 5 per day, so that's double what we need for that table, so that's all good for that. Can I just arrange them there to make it obvious? The last element needed is the motor. So let's take a look at that. We need 1 motor every 2 days. 1 motor. Where is it? Stepper motor. That one. Which makes 1 every day. So again, that's twice what we need. This needs a mechanical part and 7 gears every day. Weird number. Mechanical part, gears. This makes 10 gears every 2 days. Gears every 2 days is 5 gears per day. Yes. This needs 7, so we need more than 1 table doing that. We can just upgrade this one to the next level of table. That'll make 10 per day. This needs 7 per day, so the number's still awkward as hell, but that's fine, that's acceptable. The mechanical part also needs... oh boy, this is weird. So 1 per day. This table makes 5 per 4 days. What an awful number. 5 per 4 days. One and a quarter per day. We need 1 per day, so 1 table is good for 1 table. Ish. Close enough. But that then needs 5 gears every 4 days. So it needs 1 and a quarter gears per day, providing. And we have 3 spare. So the spare from here is okay for here. Also needs compound sundries. 1 per 4 days. Man, this is complicated. The motor. I'm about to research an even more complicated one as well. So this makes 10 per 2 days, which is 5 per day, which is way more than the 0.25 per day we need. So the amount that making is going to last for tons of this. Could scale up a lot. This table needs 5 coated glass providing. Long chain coated glass uses the purchased materials. It makes 5 every 2 days. Here we need 5 every 2 days. So 1 of them to 1 of them into multiple of these. But that's the right ratios of everything. To do the bare minimum at an acceptable ratio, I guess. How did that work out? So that's 1 per 2 days. This makes 1 per day. 1 per day. 1 per day. We need so small register bank is here. If we upgraded that, the case we need 1 per 2 days and we're making 1 per day. The logic circuit we need 1 per 2 days and we're making 1 per day. And then the same with the motor, we're making 1 per day. So we can, having upgraded that, we can have a second assembly table. And that will, oh man, our money's gone insane. I can't believe I was worried at one point. We've just had to start selling stuff and it's gone crazy. You know, fast forward while I try and get my brain through all this. It does take a while, I guess. That's why it's stacking up. Yeah, this is good. This will make us 1 scrubber per day, which will get us 7 a week-ish. And we need more than that, but this is a good start, and it can be scaled up going forward. They did suggest that it's going to need quite a bit of space, and I think this room might not be big enough, or might barely be big enough. So I think we'll stay here for now. I think it'll barely just be big enough, so we'll stay here for now. But we may need to swap some things around, or like I say, get rid of whatever. If we bank up like $1 million, we can just get rid of everything else and be fine. We'll see how it goes. But that's good. That's in place. We just need to rearrange it, get the shelving, get the people hired. But the first thing we need to do before all that is take a quick break, because we are 2 hours and 20 minutes in and I haven't taken a break yet. So let me pause things properly. I'll just take 5 minutes to top the drink up, stretch the legs a bit, give the brain a short rest after doing all that math. Then when we come back, we'll wrestle with rearranging stuff, getting that organised, and progress further with this mission. Hopefully we can get this one like completed today, and maybe take a quick look at whatever mission comes next as well. See how it goes. See where we end up in the next couple of hours. But I will see you in 5 minutes. Hello, hello. I am back from the break. Let's get this unpaused. Try and wrestle with it. Okay. Unpause this. Yeah, also that button. Let's do the layout before we hire the people in so we're not paying them to do nothing. Or paying them to get in the way. Might move the pallet further in. I find the delivery area a bit misleading, I guess. I always want to build on the edge of it, leave it as a delivery area and leave the doors open, but all of that's irrelevant. You only need the doors open if people are moving between the buildings, and you only need this much delivery area if you need that many pallets, which we do not. So I'm going to move the pallet to the back corner. Let's maybe fit the assembly down this end. It's not bad. Can we get... is it possible to get the two sharing a shelf? Don't think it is. Ah, like that. No. Corner shelf's the only... that would block their... so you could do that. They can both access it. The one on the east is blocked in, but you can block people in. They don't need breaks. Does not apply in the real world. And the logistics person can get around the corner, but that isn't really ideal. Don't really like it. I don't know if a bigger shelf would help. We've been earning a bunch of points and stuff. Can we unlock anything? Can unlock the medium shelf. Might as well just do it. Got the points, let's unlock it. But that's kind of the only thing. These things I don't... automatic storage segment. See, this is the kind of thing I like the sound of. This wouldn't make the conveyors worth having. Takes items from conveyor belt and puts them into an inventory, like a shelf or whatever. That's what I want. And the opposite, takes them out of inventory and into conveyor belt. With that, it would make some sense to me. The overhead enables a conveyor to transport above so that people can walk underneath it. Or other conveyor belts can go underneath it. Small, medium and large option. Interesting application of the concept, but you know, I like the sound of it. Actually, yeah, we can fast forward. We want research to be ticking away, don't we? And money is positive, so we're good. If we had a medium shelf, I mean, that's not a bad setup, is it? Both of them need to move to get to the shelf, but people can access it from the other side. Logistics can access from the other side. A medium shelf fits not enough things, apparently. 1, 2, 3, 4... oh, it's taking other stuff from around the room because they don't have their own. It'll be okay. Can we fit this whole thing neatly in this corner? Don't think so, because it's like 5 up and that's 4. So that would be over 1. We could do it there. It's alright. Might not be best, I don't think that... yeah, I'd rather have it maybe here. There and there. And the pallet could go there instead. Not ideal either. We'll have 2 pallets. We'll have an inbound and an outbound. And that can be the outbound one there. Let's get ourselves a new one here to be the inbound. And then basic stuff that's using purchased items can go near that. Of which there are many things. Okay. Let's not worry too much about that then. We can set up anywhere where there's sets of 3. I mean, these are just singles. That's a 1. That's a 1. Right? Yeah, that doesn't need anything special. Nor does that. So they're just singles. Do need that open. That and that feeds into that, but that also feeds into that. That's a little complicated. Let's say we do that there, and then that one's there. The plastic needs to go next door, but that might be okay. That can be there, and that one there. That uses that stuff as well. It makes some sense. The plastic doesn't have to go so far if that all stays close to itself. Then all of this stuff is all related to one another, but yeah. That and that feed into that, and these two feed into that. So if we had, again, all these little walls, I get it. Often when you start a business, you don't get to be picky about the buildings you're working with. They're not square, they have weird pillars in the middle. But it would be nice, you know, for the game to give us perfectly square, uninterrupted rooms to work in. If the benches are generally 3 squares across, make everything divisible by 3, it would be so much nicer. But oh well. Kind of want to flip that down here. Let's just get this out of the way for a minute. And yeah, flip this down to here. Oh yeah, there's good. There and there. And the shelves, no, that's okay. Might be a bit of a squeeze, but like I said, the people can walk through each other, so it doesn't really matter. A squeeze doesn't matter. That can all go there. Let's put their shelves in just for my benefit. They're going to have them. Might not be enough, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, it should. We're on pause. It should be moving its shelving, so it is good. This one's very busy because these don't have shelves yet. That's fine. We might take a look at the end and set some specific input-output shelves just to tidy up. We'll see. My thought here was, if we can continue in a straight line, at least for now, keeping simple. So that one there, and that one there, that on that end, because it takes in these things. That ain't bad at all. Could even fit an extra shelf, extra bench in the end there. There's the shelves for those guys. Okay, and scaling up wouldn't be bad here. We can add an extra 2 assembly tables and just upgrade every bench. We just have to build in an extra one of these gears, an extra one of these register banks, and we'd have doubled our production, which actually we could do. I just I don't want to get the 20% of the demand until we get this optional research done, so I don't actually want to go full speed yet. We'll wait for that. You get something made first. So I was thinking, looking at these, that's got space and that's not even used. Likewise, got, yep, that one is used. So we could do with maybe juggling that around a bit. How many output things are there here? 3. Yeah, there are 3 different things. That could work though. And that's, the output is all fine. So there's like spare shelf space. And even here, it's just the inputs and then let's wind up the amount of output they can put here to fill the rest in. And then what we said here, this is just going to be the finished product. Maximum spaces. This one's going to buy in what we need to buy in, which we'll work out in a minute. Let's get some people in place. So Honolulu zone is going to become a cleaning robot production zone. I'm going to hire 4 logistics to start with. That's probably not even enough. I swear there was a shortcut to hire people. Should have paid more attention in that tutorial, shouldn't I? Never mind. Doesn't say anything in the tooltip, so maybe there isn't. There's all the people hired from all them desks. I don't think we need to, but I am going to set inputs, outputs everywhere. I might sort this out first though. They're not taking the plastic to do things with, which is weird because it's there. Anyway, we need glass, chemicals, plastic, metal, electronics. Glass, plastic, chemicals, metal, electronic parts. There we go. Buy all them in and see if we can get that working. Just carry on with what I was... no, I'm not. We're planning on changing the layout and upgrading stuff and increasing the throughput, so I'm not going to use the specific targeting of shelves. We'll let the automatic system handle it. It's fine. We're ready to upgrade the pocket computer market. We're solid enough to go to the next phase, which is the final phase for this mission. It leaves our design only having 2 stars at this requirement. It's not a very good computer anymore. The Hypernote Alpha could do with upgrading. The easier thing to do is just discount. We sell between, what, 10 or 11? And we can currently sell 9, so we should discount until we can sell 11. Which, yeah, let's go with there. 5% discount allows 12 sales, and it's still more money than we were getting before, no doubt. So that'll be all good. They can carry on doing that. They can carry on making a few calculators every now and then. They can carry on researching, which is slowed because we're not making enough of the level 2 research points, because that's all this one takes. We've got tons of level 1 research, but no level 2. We wanted a few extras. We could make beepers. No, they need coils. That's a bit complicated. Could make logic circuits. They're a bit complicated. And the chassis are very complicated too. Don't really have enough space in this little corner over here to do anything extra for the research points. So I guess I'll just have to go slower than ideal. Leave them to it. It's all good. How's our company goals going? We have definitely not sold 100 mobility worth of bots this quarter because we've just started. We're still not making 100 calculators per quarter, which I haven't really tried to do. Do we care? It'll give us more success points, which would get us to metal working and better conveyor stuff, which we don't need yet. Let's get the first trophy done. Where is that? There's a lot of steps here, actually. Debt 2, Debt 1. No, that's... so that's the third trophy is called Debt. Second is called Struggle. So we're about to get the first trophy. Then we move on to needing to make profit. That's clearly going fine. Selling courier bots. So we're going to need to change the bot production. Finish 2 requested goals. Don't know what that means. Research 3 techs, which we've done. Sell 120 bots, which we might have done by then. And then get 300 grand, which we've got. So none of them are particularly concerning, other than we're going to need to change to courier bots at some point. And I don't see those, like anything we're unlocking here in business development, I don't see it helping with that. So I'm not too concerned about getting more calculators done. Well, you know, we could just do it, but I'd rather progress. It's robot market. Can we see? We can see our sales. We've sold 13. It's telling us 12 out of 20. Right, we've got 12% cover on the market by selling 6 a week. That makes sense. Fine, but I do want to finish our current research to get the optional done. Again, not that I haven't seen an achievement that needs it, but there are a lot of hidden achievements for the game, so covering it just in case it matters. I don't think it will, but we'll see. It doesn't hurt to try. Number blinking at us again. Need to learn what that's about. Is it worth addressing the research situation? I think it might be. Let's extend the research zone to cover more of this room. Start moving some of this around. Let's have the people doing things over here. And their shelves there. He converts that production into points, which we need more of. these guys research. So I'm going to put the actual researchy guys into this room. Can I do it without blocking them in? Apparently not. I don't know. It doesn't really matter if they're blocked in as long as they do their jobs. They can just stand there and do that. So the issue, I don't think it's availability of the thing, right? They are actively working. There are spares available, so we need an extra desk is what we need. Extra analysis desk. We'll put one over here. In fact, let's move them next to each other. Bring someone in to do the analysis, and they're going to do it to double battery stacks. Yeah, it doesn't make many of the level 2 tech. But, you know, that's what we've got available. Does it tell us how many they use up? No. Just what it does. It'd be nice to know how many they use, how often, so we can balance the production around it. Information might be somewhere, I guess. Maybe it's just a round number, like 1 per day all the time. I don't know. It'd be good to produce something that offers lots of the second one and not as much of the first one. Which, I guess, has to be something that exclusively makes the second one. Plastic bot... No, metal bot chassis is a simple-ish way of doing that. Logic circuit's a bit more complicated. Speaker's a lot more complicated. The beeper's roughly the same. Coil plus plastic versus metal and plastic parts. Let's go for that. That's what we're missing now, so let's do metal bot chassis, enable that. This guy's not going to do the batteries, the other guy's doing them. And then we just need a basic amount of producing that thing. Put that there with a shelf to help them. Maybe a shelf for these guys too. Does that make sense to have? Maybe one of those square ones there. I don't know. You are making plastic parts. You are making metal bot chassis. There we go. Just needs plastic and metal, which are things we buy anyway. They'll start making them. You will eventually get one. There we go. And analyze it specifically for level 2 points. I think with almost 13,000 we have enough level 1 points. We don't really need to worry about that. When the points are made, these guys slap their desks. That causes progress on the research. Which is now... Yeah, the production of points is now outstripping the research speed, so that's good. A good change. In terms of making some progress there. Cool. Mission's going well, it just doesn't really feel like it is. I think that's the game. That's why I'm struggling to really put my finger on why I'm having fun. I am, and that's all that matters, but yeah. Okay, so that research is done. The optional one there is ticked off. We can move forward, which just means scaling up in here to make enough, which means 2 more assembly tables. The same layout. Why not? Do that, bring some people in, set the recipes. And then we need an extra gears, and so 1 more basic, 1 more electronics bench. 1 more basic, 1 more electronics. Electronics is making small register banks. And the basic is making gears. Okay. And then how are we going to rearrange all this? We're going to move you to there. Bring that into here. Hire someone. The other one, I don't think there's any good way of slotting that in. Just put it nearby. Hide it in the back here. It's not an awful idea. Why don't we swap out the battery, because that's operating on its own. Put that in there. Move the battery into this back corner. We can share that shelf, there's room on it. So that's fine. Use that shelf actually, because the other guys aren't. I'll rotate it to make it easy on them. Good. And then all we need to do is upgrade every single bench, which hopefully we got the money to sustain that. It looks like we do. that would have doubled everything we're doing, which I guess I didn't do the math. Doubling everything might not be right if I hadn't got everything lined up right. I guess we didn't need to double the mechanical part production. That was already fast enough. That's unnecessary, but whatever. Hopefully doubling everything means we're making double the amount. Fingers crossed. That's a sign. That should be 7 spots, same as the other one. Force that junk out. Yep. Good. So we know we need 10 to sit on this pallet by the time Monday rolls around. I think we should bring in, just to be helpful, an extra 2 logistics people. Get stuff moving even quicker around here. I was complaining about not having register banks because I didn't hire a staff for the new desk. That'll be why. Any other error messages around the place? Doesn't look like it. Looks good. Looks good. Still don't have enough small register thingies. Is this person just broken? Carrying a bunch of stuff. Oh, I see. They pick up like one of everything they need. They don't take one thing to the desk at a time. That's kind of good. Their inventory will carry a lot of stuff at once. Cool. They make one trip to the shelf for everything and then make one. Cool. We've got to 15%. Still need to speed up some more. Looks like we're just not making them fast enough. Oh, that's going to happen, isn't it? Because the table's got a 10% boost? No? Because we factored that in. The 10% boost brings it to 2-day time, and over here, at 0.49 days, so we should be making the banks faster than we need them, not the other way around. Yeah. And we're not, so... Is there a reason for that? Everything's there, what they need. Should be fine. Give it some time to just settle out, I guess, and balance out, and should be good. Fingers crossed. We're about to get $1 million in the bank, which... Yeah, not sure money's really an issue at this point. Maybe the game isn't so much about the money if that's how easy it is to build up. And the research is, yeah, progressing. So the points are now coming in faster than we're progressing them. We could probably get another bench in. Oh.
Not important here. You're just in time. Despite the circumstances, this enterprise managed to prevail.
We only got 1 achievement, so whatever the optional was for this level, we didn't do it. Which, again, it's hidden, so I don't know what it was that we're supposed to do. I'll have to look it up and, you know, replay the game in the future if it bothers me. If I actually want them all. Job done on that. Let's find out what we got to do next for growth. Richter Cater's here to say, well done. Good. The land is city property. Here to tell you that we owe money to the city. We've got to pay 5 grand a month. The current debt amounts to 200 grand. Well, I appear to have just lost 200 grand, so I don't know how that worked. This is another one where we're not going to be able to get the optionals. They're going to deduct 20% from our balance each month until the debt is paid. Right, so that's why a bunch of money has disappeared. That's 20%, which was almost all the money, but not quite. If we make a profit of 30 grand a month, we should be fine. When the next month ends, we might have done that, probably. Looks like we will, because we're getting 30 grand a week at the moment, and we need to get 30 grand a month. So our chances to unlock a new table, create a blueprint with only tier 4 modules, and advance the cleaning bot market before that happens are unlikely. Can we already progress the market? No. We need to sell 7 more, which... okay. Can we unlock a new table? Well, we already did. But we can get the metal one. We got the points just. Means we can't get the conveyor stuff, but we'll get more points. So let's unlock the welding table. We haven't needed it yet, but there we go. Now we've got it. That did not progress that optional objective, so never mind. And a blueprint with only tier 4 modules or higher is... do we actually care? I mean, I unlocked a new table and it hasn't progressed that, so... We can't get all the optional objectives on this mission. Oh well. Mission accomplished on that one anyway. We've moved on. Courier bots next. Expand into new markets. Blah blah blah. If you only cover a portion of the market's demand, you can do it with an average product and save money. Instead of an excellent product, I think I'm learning that lesson. Base price ensures the relative profit margin is higher on products with average features. Right. So making something mediocre is going to be more profitable. So on and so on. So delivery robots is an idea. Blah 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 blah. New conveyor elements can unlock as soon as we have the resources, which will take a while to build up, but you know, we'll get there. Market-wise, we can now progress the market, even though, you know, but we might as well, because it will get us more money. We can still sell 20 at this, so that's fine. Don't need to drop the price at all, we'll keep it high. Good. The optionals here are to unlock those 2 elements in the business development, so we need 100 success points, which means, yeah, generating lots of points through this. We're going to need to sell the 100 calculators to do that, and the 100 mobility of cleaner bots, so we need to not remove anything we're currently doing. Except maybe the computers could go. Like, they've made their money, we could get rid of them and do other things instead. That's an option. And sell 30 courier bots, which means opening... getting 200 discovery points to open the courier bot market and then doing production of that. Fine. Sure. we can't do all the optionals in this mission, so if that was an achievement, we're not going to get it. I doubt it is. So we don't really need to do this. But I mean, we could add 2 assembly benches and upgrade all the benches in this building and would have double the calculators, which might help on that progress. And that's not too difficult if we can find a way of fitting all that in this room. Or better yet, we played around with the conveyor belt. It's now a bit irrelevant. We could move all the calculator production into this building and not mess around with it, which I think is a good idea. This can just sit here and make money now. Don't need to worry about the cleaner bots. Let's leave that. So yeah, let's follow this idea. Move these guys back. Get rid of all of this. Let's just pause while I do this, actually. Get rid of the person delivering stuff back and forth. They're not needed. This guy can stay and do logistics here. This is not needed. This conveyor's not needed. We start moving. So assembly benches, can they just go outside? If it lets us do it. We want 2 more of them as well, with new staff making calculators. Oh, what's that? Missing inventory, that's fine. A shelf of some kind for them is going to be quite difficult there, actually. Could just put a medium shelf in the middle and they can all walk to it, or block the end off with a medium shelf. We could do this end, actually. The logistics people can feed it in from the back, and these guys can deal with the front. That would work. I think. It's a bit of a mess, but it could work. We'll give it a go. Bring over the battery production And then the better battery production. Make it more easily accessed by the logistics guys. Yeah, not easily. How could we lay that out? Move that up one, move that over. That one there and that one there. So it's not like... That's okay, that's symmetrical. Not bad. Get these guys some shelves. And that could work alright. Like that, yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, move over the case production. Here's one shelf. He'll be happy. Move over these as well. Over here maybe? Can't block the door because it's the only route into this building now. So need to be careful of that. Could block that in like that. That's okay. Kind of nice actually. That one in front of the window. That'll block the door. So we could put 3 of them there. And the other one unusual. It's a squeeze, but as we've said, the people blend through each other, so squeezing doesn't matter. Those guys can have those shelves, and we'll give this lone guy over here his own shelf. Or, you know, just put a bunch of shelves around and people can do what they want with them, really. He's already buying in everything we need. He's already selling off everything we need. We have a pallet here we don't need anymore, so let's delete that. And then clear the stuff I've accidentally put in my inventory in the process back into here. Good, that's a clean move. Need the staff doing logistics in calculator production to be unassigned. Rename this to spare and rename Milan into calculator production zone. Reassign the idle employees there to do the logistics. Unpause. All complaints should disappear. Courier route problem. I have a route with no one doing it, so let's delete that. Don't need the route anymore. Markets are doing what they're doing. Sure. Research is happening. I did say we could fit another research bench, didn't I? Let's go for it. They can't actually get to their desk if we put it there. Okay. You'll work outside that room then. Should we... don't know. If we do that, they can actually leave the room in theory, so yeah, fine. And this seems to work with them accessing the back of there and then going back in, nice. It's a problem with my courier route according to that error, but I don't have a courier route, so... hopefully that error just goes away at some point. End of month or something, maybe. That's all good, that's all good. Increase storage for the calculators on that shelf, and we're good. So we're good in there, we're good in here. We've cleared out those rooms. Speed time up. And I think we could just clear this room out, remove everything. It's making good money for us, but it will clear up the space we need to make the courier bots. Otherwise we're making the courier bots in both these buildings, which don't have a delivery zone. So we'd need to fiddle around with that. So yeah, I like the tidiness of everything we have, except what's in this room. Let's get rid of it. We don't need the money. Feels bad firing and hiring new people when we could reassign, but I don't know where I want them reassigned yet, so they're going to have to go and reapply for the new jobs when we advertise them. I wonder if there's a quicker way of doing this. I don't know if Is there an employees list and what zone they're in? Statistics, no. Finances, no. Employee overview. Workplaces. Can order by zone. Can we order by zone over here? Maybe, I just don't know what the zone colours mean. But it tells you if you hover over. Very nice. There's 4 people who don't work in a zone at all. Not sure how they're doing that. It's research. That's pocket computer zone. Select all of you, fire the lot of you. Takes a minute, but it gets rid of them. Good, and then I can just demolish everything. Oh, we paid off our debt because it was taking 20% each time. It wasn't like an objective on the side, it's an interesting one. I guess it might just come up at a later point and already be completed and do the same thing of not letting us see the optionals. You get an achievement for paying it off early, which we have done. 2.9% of players got that achievement. Interesting. 2.9% paid it off early. I didn't try very hard, and we made tons of money just by building one of everything. Bit interesting. Could be down to the number of people who actually played this mission. It might not be that many. Potentially. I am having trouble tidying up because I'm filling my inventory with stuff as I get rid of the storage. Can stop buying these to begin with. Could we add a sell order for everything? Can't sell the basic stuff, but I can sell metal case. Sell order, yeah. I can sell double battery stack and logic circuits. Double battery stack, just put them in there. Then LED arrays. LED arrays, sell them. Keep telling let's talk to the mayor. Blah, 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 blah. Was worried about the debt. Oh, no, we paid it off. All good. Yeah, perfect. These in here. Plastic parts. Can we sell them? Oh, we can. Cool. I need to get rid of some bits to make space. There we go. Try and keep deleting. Yeah, I just can't even empty the amount of junk I've got stored up here. Are those circuit boards should sell as well? Yeah. I mean, can we sell off plastic? I thought you just couldn't because it's a basic thing. Yeah, base can't be sold. So if I take all the base materials away, just have to put them on a pallet over here, I guess, where they might get used. Those don't belong there then. Hopefully they get used up at some point. I can use this one too, for chemicals, plastic and metal. It's fine, that's all of them. Them there. Try and delete some more. Not monkey luck. Keep them going. Plastic, metal. They can all sell there. Last shelf gone. Good. Those bits in there. The metal and plastic in there. Good. Tidied up. Okay. It's something. What have we got left in here? No more cases. Get rid of that. We've got some electronic components. Are they used here? I don't think they are, actually. Let's take the electronic components. Oh, they are. My bad. Put some there. The rest in here. Maybe they'll get used. I can sell off these rods. The gears should get used, but I guess they're not. So try and sell them off too. Rods and gears. Rods, sell, and gears, sell. There we go. Anything else still here? Oh, the basic battery stacks. I put the doubles but not the singles. We'll sell 2 stacks of them. Goal complete for selling clean bots. We didn't have to upgrade them or anything. We just made enough mobility and sold them. Nice. Gives us success points, no passive effect, but it gives us some success points, which we did kind of want. More calculators still needed. We moved everything, but we didn't upgrade. Everything's done on that. So this building with the delivery area And the two outbuildings that have a nice straight window that a conveyor belt could go through are all empty, ready to make courier bots in. Perfect. I'm going to upgrade every bench in here, and that should double the rate that we make calculators at, and in the next quarter we should end up making 100 of them, hopefully. And we'll achieve that goal thing. Do need to consider we're typically selling 6 a week, and we're capped at 10, so if I've just doubled that, we need to get at least 12. 5% discount lets us sell 13 a week. Let's go with that. And we're still doing... oh, we're not doing any of them, so that doesn't matter. We're doing 10 to 11 of these, and we can do up to 20, so that doesn't need adjusting yet. Might do next time we upgrade that market. They're still not getting their little registry banks quick enough. Yeah, they're just not being made quick enough, even though they should be. Weird. You know, games like this where I do a lot of math, things often don't quite line up as expected. So that's not entirely unexpected. Either wrong math or just, you know, the game rounds something here or there and it doesn't quite work right. No big deal. Right. We've got enough points to unlock one of these things. Let's go with the automation segments of it. So it costs 20 grand, but that's kind of nothing when we're over 1 million. It's like a little grabby thing that puts it onto a shelf, or takes it off a shelf. At the end of a conveyor belt, in straight line probably into an input of a shelf. It makes a lot of sense. Make sure you have enough space reserved for the arriving items, so you need to add a rule and reserve them, otherwise it'll stop trying to put them in. So in terms of putting multiple different items on the same conveyor belt, that is a problem. If they're not moving off the other end at an equal rate, then they need to be going... you need to put them on the belt at the same rate they're coming off, otherwise the belt can get stuck and stop, which is not helpful. In a system like this, it's going to be very difficult, I think. I don't think the conveyor system's going to be used a lot by me, because I don't see how it's going to work well. For getting the finished product back to the start, I can see the advantage, but if you have people taking the components back and forth anyway, then what's the point? We'll see. We can play around with it. Maybe we will do so now in this mission, or maybe in a later mission that we'll end up playing around with it naturally. See how it goes. We've got the money to do it on this one, so it's interesting. I am curious though, the conveyor belt, you have to produce the item and put it in your hand. What about that grabber? It costs you 5 conveyor parts to make one. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, cool, cool. Researched a nicer screen, which we're not going to use at all, but there we go, it's done. That queue is just 3 more items that we're probably not going to use, but, you know, whatever, progressing it. Might as well keep the research going, don't see any reason not to. And keeping it going actually will generate success points, won't it, from those things we have. Oh, we have a new goal to make even more cleaner bots, which I'm not going to scale it up any more than it currently is, but if we happen to obtain this within a quarter, then so be it, be good. Get some success points, no passive, whatever. The calculator one would be nice. We make a lot of modules that could make a lot of success points for us to get us this last optional objective that we're waiting on now. We could set up courier bot production and just not sell anything yet. That would be acceptable. Let's open the market. We have just enough points now from that research. Courier bot market is open. That's given us new goals. Produce bots, courier bots with a sum of 100 speed, so they want the other type of motor, I'm guessing. Let's head to the blueprint designer and create a new courier bot in, well, as before, if we can do it successfully in a metal case, that's preferable because they're easier to make. So let's try that. There's a little rover kind of funky, got little spoilers on it, looks a bit like a bus. A backpacker that looks, sure, like a backpack. That looks a bit like a courier robot would. Or the flat kind of Mars rover style thing. It's got a cute little face, but I think the backpacker's the way to go. Got a good colour for it. Don't like any of them really. What do the others look like in the colours? No, not much better. No, stick with that. Mysterious black? Don't think so. Delivery yellow? No. Get the other stuff in orange. It's kind of the better colour, I think. Let's go with playful green. This looks okay. Go with playful green. Nice. A different name. This is the Smart Mule Yellow Edition? No. We've already got something that's Yellow Editioned. My Mover 3. Sure, this will be the My Mover 3. Okay, people want storage space, mobility, speed and battery life. We do care about the ecological footprint this time. Doesn't often happen. The weight and the heat loss, but those target numbers are very big, so I don't think we need to worry. 2 storage space. Large compartment gives 3.5. Small compartment gives 2, so we only need the small one. Both are pretty complicated to make. In fact, the large one needs you to make the small one, so if we can make do with the small one, I'd prefer that. And we can, for now at least, so that's fine. It's the DC motor that gives you the more speed. Doesn't fit well in the middle there, so it's going to have to go maybe there. That gives us both 1 mobility and 2 speed, so that's both of those things ticked off with that single motor. It's probably a nightmare to make, but we'll work it out. We'll be okay. We also need battery life of 2, which is 2 battery stacks, or a double battery stack and an enhanced battery cell, or 4 enhanced battery cells. And that could be an easy way to make them. Actually, the battery stack is easier than the battery cell because battery cell needs plastic parts in its ingredients there, which is another production chain, whereas battery stack just uses the plastic and chemicals we buy, so 2 of them would be better. There and there's the only spot really. That ticks all the boxes for what people want and need, doesn't go over any drawbacks. If we're going to overdo it, there's no point in adding things people didn't request, so adding a nice screen or a speaker to our delivery robot's not worth it. Adding an extra compartment might be, but we don't really have space on this chassis, though we could use the other one. I doubt it adds enough space for that to work. So I think, without like researching something else, we just leave it as it is, and that'll do, you know? I mean, it's currently 5-star, so it's good. It'll take 3 days to build, which is a nice round number as well. Although, I bet that's before the 10% speed up. Which is okay, we'll live with it. We can call it 3 days and we're good. There's the My Mover 3, it's designed. Very nice. Let's begin getting the correct tables laid out, and then we'll work out how we're going to fit them around. So bot assembly, we want 3 of them. Making My Mover 3s. Oh no. What, it said... Did I misread? I thought it said it was going to take 3 days to make one. Assembly time, 3 days. When we put it on the bench, base time, 2 days. Modified to 1.82. Somehow 2 days take away... It's added 10% speed. It's not 10% off the 2 days, it's 10% faster. A bit complicated, but sure, 1.82 days. So it's not 3 days like the design says, it's 2 days. For whatever reason. I think I'm crazy there. I don't know why that is, but it is. So we actually just want 2, and we won't worry about the speed up because it's too complicated to get the numbers around. So we'll have 2 benches and we call it 1 per day. Yeah, we're making 1 per day. So we need 1 compartment per day, 1 motor per day, 2 battery stacks per day, 1 chassis per day. Chassis is simple-ish, right? Metal bot chassis makes 1 per day, which is what we need. And it's fed with plastic parts, which make 10 per day, and this uses 4 per day. So there's spare plastic parts there, and that's fine. The other thing was the battery stack. That's the one we're using. That makes 1 per day, and we need 1 per day. So that's good. I like it when it's simple. Move them around a bit, make it obvious what's going on. Now it gets more complicated. A medium DC motor and a small compartment. Let's look at both to see what's more complicated. Small DC. So there's small compartment, which is compound, sundries and rods. It's not too bad. And the motor? It's not next to the small motor. I don't see it. Can we look here? Locomotion. It's not there. Can't be made on a tinker table, I guess. Too big. So, where? I can see some motors there. Looks like it's made on a basic workbench. Okay. Ooh. Yes, here they are. The medium ones need to be on a better workbench. Medium DC motor there. That makes 1 per day, which is what we need. Single bench. That needs 1 small DC motor per day, which is made on the lower bench at that speed. Okay, we also need between them 2 mechanical components per day. This is all gonna combine together with this stuff as well, I think. So mechanical components, this makes, we did work it out, didn't we? 1 1/4 per day? Yes, 1 1/4 per day. And we need 2 per day, so we upgrade that. And it makes 2 1/2 per day. Fine, which is enough for that, 2 1/2 per day. That requires 1 compound sundry per 2 days to achieve that. This requires 4 compound sundries per day. So that is half per day. So it's 4 1/2 compound sundries per day. This makes 10 per 2 days, which is 5 per day, which is just enough. So one of them is enough for both of those things. This requires 5 coated glass, and I remember that being just one of them before. It needs to make 5, yep, that's correct, good. So that into that, into that, into that, and a little extra into here, other way around, into that and a little extra into here. So they really belong with that. This also needs 5 gears per 2 days. And this makes 10 gears per 2 days, so twice what we need, that's good. This also needs 6 rods per day. This makes 5 rods per day. That's dang annoying. That needs upgrading then. Scaling this up will be complicated because a lot of the numbers aren't quite right, aren't quite even, so you can't just double everything. Well, you can just double everything, but that won't be the most efficient option, which is annoying, very annoying. But oh well, you know, there's enough rods to do the job for now, for the time being. The objective is to sell 30 bots, not to sell 30 in a week or whatever, so that's fine. We don't need to worry about it. Oh, we completed the calculator goal. Excellent. So we're going to be making more success points over time. That should help us get the 50 we need to finish off the optional. Although, it looks like we're pretty close already without that, so we'll see how that goes. It doesn't look like we're anywhere near enough cleaner bots to get that objective done, but it's not important. We don't need to. We don't need any more success points than we already have, so no big deal. Good. Is that every element? That's all them. That's that. That's the gears for that. This just needed the parts and the motor. This needed the part. Metal sundries. So this needs 5 metal sundries per day, and this makes 5 metal sundries per day. To do that, it needs 5 rods per 2 days, 2.5 rods a day. This needs 6, so it's 8.5 rods per day total. This is making 10 rods per day. Right? Yeah, 10 rods per day. Right, because this made 5 and this needed 6, so it's only a fraction more, and the surplus can come into making the metal sundries quite easily to feed into this. So yeah, these do overlap a lot, an awful lot, but that's okay. We can work with that. That's not a lot of tables. That could all fit in this one room, but if we are going to need to scale it up at all, we might. I mean, what is this making? 1 per day? So it'll take us 30 days to get the objective done. It's not awful. But it might be nice to scale it all up. We'd have to redo the numbers. Or not. We could just double everything and live with it. Not against that. I'm interested in spreading it out a bit and seeing the conveyors in action. Just for the sake of it. But I just can't see that working. We need a person to deliver the raw materials in. It just doesn't make sense without it. Yeah, that's as expected. So if you have a conveyor bringing... It makes sense to do the most complicated bits at the back, and then belt them back in when they're done. If you have a conveyor bringing in glass, chemicals, plastic and metal on a single conveyor heading to the back, it can unload those into... If it puts them all on one after each other and unloads them onto a shelf, and the shelf can hold one of each, the second item can't come off until the first item has come off. So if your consumption rate isn't equal, you'll just run out, it won't flow. You can only put one item on the conveyor belt. Or it just doesn't work, I don't think. I can't see it working. We can use the doorway, so we can have 3 belts, but that's not enough to get the materials out. So the courier route with the person with the trolley is still, I think, the only way of getting the raw materials to the production in other buildings. And the conveyor does what? Like, takes the other stuff back, unless you can combine them and uncombine. So combine them, put them through the doorway, and then uncombine them afterwards. Which I don't think you can, without causing a potential backup. I just don't see it. I don't see how it helps. I guess it means instead of hiring another person with a trolley to move stuff back, we have no upkeep cost. Or the loader at one end is 1 and the unloader at the other is another 1, so it's 2 coins per day instead of the 12 that a person costs. But still, the profit involved, the money we're making, what's the point in fiddling around producing these parts in the first place to make a system that doesn't return much at all? I really don't understand the benefit of it. Can't see it. But anyway, I mean, for now we don't even need to. So let's wait for a point in the future where we have a situation where the conveyor belts make sense, and then we can try and use them in that situation. But in this case, I don't see the point. Don't know, maybe I'll be proved wrong in time. We're going to need a courier pallet for the outputs and a courier pallet for the inputs here. Can we organise this like we did the other one? It's like that, so... there and there. Makes it difficult to get the goods in, but that could be okay. Oh, the medium shop was there before. We could put it... No, that's not a good spot, is it? Let's rotate again. Have that there and that there. That blocks off the... So move it over one. Move the pallet up to the edge. Might as well. Put that shelf there. That's fine. That's the last stage, the assembly. And then... I mean, the simple ones can all come together over here, can't they? Put that all there. And have our corner shelves for them to use. And then... Things get complicated. What's sharing with what? The rods are being shared between the compartment and the metal bits there. Those parts are being shared between the mechanical parts and that. I don't think it really matters. We can't... The logistics people just have to take stuff, and if they're walking a little further than they ideally would be, then so be it. We'll live with it. Let's put that and that there. We'll have these two over here. Sure. Put this somewhere middling. Yeah. Leave a little space and can go there. And the... It's going into what? That's going into that. And then they're going into that. Let me just put this over here. Put this over here. Sets of 3 and, you know, logistics people will deal with it. But in that case we could have things closer, you know. Makes sense to do. Put that pallet there. Maybe there would be best. Yeah, then they can get in there. That's good. That lot there. And then the last one's cap off the end. Not quite. Like that, maybe. Shelf there. And there. Yeah, there's still access. There, there. There and there. Everyone's got shelves all over the place. It's compact. Everything's there. I think it's good. Oh, there's no way of actually... Oh, you can walk in past the pallets because those spots aren't blocking. That's fine. So this is no longer Pocket Computer Production Zone. It is Courier Robots Production Zone. And it needs 4, 5... Let's just have 6 logistics guys. That might be overkill, but we've got the cash. 1.5 million. We don't really need to worry about costs, I don't think. Let's hire people in. Yeah. Are we on easy mode? Was there an easy mode option? I don't think there was difficulty, but we are easily making way more money than we need to. Fine, you know, I guess. Just interesting. We have enough points to unlock the overhead conveyor transporty thing that we're not going to use, but we can in the future, I guess. Completes the optional objective is the main thing, which means I'm now happy to progress here. So I'm going to add a rule for my mover 3s on this pallet and fill it up. Sell them there. We're going to buy in everything we need to make them, which is glass, plastic, just looking at what people are complaining about and buying it. Glass, plastic, metal, that's not metal, that's metal, and chemicals. And that might be it. See how that does. Was that we researched something we're never going to use? Fine. Research is, yeah, we're getting a lot more points than we need. And it's going very quick relative to what we've done in the past, so that's all good. Calculator production is going very well from the looks of it. And cleaning robot also. Let's check the market details. We are selling under our capacity. In both cases, yeah, well under. So we're all good there. We can progress the market for the cleaner bots. Let's do that. So we're now typically selling 10 a week. We can only sell 9 a week, so we need to discount. Not that heavily though. Let's go with that. So we can sell 12 a week with a 4% discount and make more money now. We're not going to bother trying to hit 10 mobility and 10 battery life. We'll never get there. So we'll never make this phase of the market perfectly happy. But hey, we're making more money now than we were. That's all good. The courier bots. We haven't sold any yet. Did I miss anything? Everyone seems to be working away happily. Logistics guys are plodding along all over the place. Robots are being made. We could allow more space for them on that shelf. There we go. Yeah, there are robots there being made. Here comes the collection. We have sold at least... Oh, there we go. We've sold 2 out of the 30 we need to. But that's fine. That's progressing now as well. If we just fast forward through 30 odd days, they'll be done. Unless we do want to double it up. I just wish I could see in my mind's eye what the devs were intending with the conveyor belt system. I might just have to watch someone else play, I guess, in order to try and work this out. How is it useful? What specific use case? Because at the moment I don't think it works here. It's the issue of getting the raw materials out. Like, you have to use a courier route and a person, I think, to get the raw materials out there. And if you're doing that, you might as well use a person to bring the finished goods back. Like, why not? Conveyor doesn't seem cheaper because of the cost of producing the parts is quite high. Don't know, it's weird one. Hopefully we can work it out. Future missions maybe. Hopefully we can work out what it's all about. Would be nice. Six sold, I'll go madly. I don't think we're going to progress the market here though, at least not very quick. Is there any more? There's cassette players we didn't bother with, but there's no objectives involving that, so that's not a big deal at all. We could progress the cleaner bot market again. There's plenty of room for discount to keep the sales high, so if we get there we'll do it. Another 120 of them to go. That will take a while. They seem happy there. They're still not got enough of the little electronic register banks, yeah. Or they're occasionally complaining about it. I guess occasionally isn't an issue, that you just leave them to it. Just a bit annoying. It shouldn't be happening as far as I'm concerned, but we'll live. Whatever. Research-wise, we can stop pretty soon. We might have enough points banked up that we don't need to generate any more. There's only one thing left to research. It needs us to feed in 972 of each point, and we've got 17,000 of the first point, so yeah. We do gain success points if we continue generating research points. We've got nothing to spend success points on either, so this is done. Let's clean this out a little. It's just not necessary anymore for us to win. Look for the next objective to be related to this, and this is a massive mistake, but hopefully not. The researchers need to carry on converting the research into progress though, so they stay there. These benches can go. These storage shelves are just going to make a mess in my inventory again, aren't they? But yeah, I mean, I'm not... Don't really want to leave them there. Can sell off metal bot chassis and plastic parts. We can also stop buying things because we're not using them. Double battery stack, sell as well. That week rolls around. No. Didn't sell them. It's right there. Metal box chassis, sell it. Sell all of it. Oh, that's a daily one. We need the weekly one to come. There we go. The weekly one is... They can feed more in. And delete some more stuff. Feed them in. No. Those are regular battery stacks. Sell them. I'll get rid of it all. Don't even have enough space anywhere to put it anymore. They're not using it up, and there's no way of just arbitrarily getting rid of stuff you don't want. Oh, I guess I can bin it, can't I? There we go. That works. Just, yeah, forget it. Throw it in the bin. Don't need that one. Can add that. It makes a bit of cash. Why not? I guess. And that's gone. Yeah, good. So let's throw all this in the bin. Do with a button to just do that. Like it says you can't delete this, it's got stuff inside it. Could do with like an override where you sit, okay, get rid of it all. I guess most people wouldn't actually go around tidying this up without a good reason, because I'm not even going to use this space, I just want it to not be there to tidy it up. Now we're doing 24 out of 30 have been sold. What's there? What is that doing per day anyway? About 3 a day at the moment. Makes sense. 3 a week even. That does not make sense. If we're making 1 every 0.9 days, we should be selling 8 a week. And we're not. This guy's not getting enough battery stacks. Though a worker isn't moving, they're just working. But they're just not making battery stacks quick enough. They're making 1 per day. That makes sense, so they'll be waiting a little bit. They are working at a boosted speed. What we talked about earlier, it just doesn't balance. So they should every now and then, I guess, be waiting for something. If it's the battery stack that is the point, then so be it. Yeah, shouldn't be waiting long though. And they should be making more than they are. More than 3 a week. It's weird. I don't get it. Like, presumably I'm just doing the maths wrong. But even with this making 1 every 1.8 days, that should be making 3 and a bit a week. And we've got 2 of them. So, yeah, don't get it. Oh well. Objective complete regardless. Recticator's saying well done again. Very good. And now we're just blabbing on about something, talking about the debt we've already paid off. So we've passed that. We're now on to achieving new company goals. We have 3 optionals, and let's complete at least 2 request goals for the mayor. Right, so you can't complete all the optionals in this case. There are 3 available. We need to do 2 of them. We're not going to get all 3 of them done because we'll progress as soon as 2 of them are done. New company goals. So we're not getting the cleaner bot progress. That's just not going to happen. So let's cancel that. We could keep the courier bot thing going, although I don't think we're making them fast enough to get there. I think it'd be better if we just cancel that too. The benefit is just points we can't spend, so it doesn't matter. Unless it's giving a passive effect, we don't really care. And these ones we care only because it's going to progress, so let's just commit to the new of them. Increase our company net worth by 200 grand. Okay. Hard to do when we've built everything, I guess. Shouldn't be too hard. We just build benches worth 200 grand. We've got the cash. Net worth is a bit of a weird one in this game. You can't buy real estate. Or maybe you can. We've just been given it in this mission. Given it for free. Interesting. 2,000 modules is going to happen. Not this quarter, but when the quarter cycles, we'll probably get 2,000 done. And move 1,000 batches using logistics employees. Probably going to get done within a quarter. The next quarter. We need to increase our company net worth by 200 grand within the quarter, but I mean, it's going up, and I don't know how. How would our net worth be going up at the moment? balance. Oh, account balance is affecting net worth. Okay. That's fine. It doesn't always account for that kind of thing. So yeah, when we just, it's going to grow over time because we're making profit. That's fine then. We're actually making really good margin now, 70% odd. So that's the equivalent of earn 200,000 profit within the quarter. So yeah, we don't actually need to do anything to achieve that because it allows cash in the bank to count towards it. So all good. The thing we should do, make more modules is one thing we could do. Also, that is a weird objective, isn't it? In the mission that's teaching you about conveyor belts, they want you to move lots of stuff by employee. Surely the objective should be use the conveyor belts. But oh well. We have space, you know, like this is fine as it is in there. We don't need to mess with it. This is fine. This is fine. The research can go away soon and we'll have even more space there. We've got these two buildings. Like we could do something in them. If we put a pallet on the edge there and have someone bring the materials in, we could just make modules and sell them. I guess. Like, why not? In order to boost our modules created number. Because that's the slowest one. It's 8 pallets there. And 1 there. Maybe. And we just need to put them in a different zone to the rest of that room. There we go. What do we want to make? The cheapest module, not the cheapest, the easiest module to make would make the most sense, wouldn't it? So it's probably something on a basic workbench, I'm guessing. Easiest thing to make a high number of like plastic parts because it makes so many so quick. Is it craft 2,000 modules or is it perform 2,000 module crafting things? Like, does this count as 10 or does it count as 1? Either way, that's, I mean, a pretty cheap way of making stuff, right? 5 plastic into 10 plastic parts. Same deal with the gears, but they're slower, so no plastic parts is better. Rod produces 5 from 6. So that depends on the cost of the material, which plastic is cheaper, so the plastic parts are best. I think that's where we're going to end up here. Maybe something like wooden case. Only makes 1 every half day, but if that, you know, if it's the process rather than the quantity, then the case might be better. Let's just go with plastic parts. Screw it, that'll work. Just need as many basic workbenches as we can fit. Let's not go too crazy. It's a good layout for them. Could do that a couple of times, can't we? Unless we want to use this room, in which case we need to not block it in. Unless we want to include this room. It's going to block where the conveyors might go. Can we use conveyors for this? I mean, we can do it just to see it in action. Or to prove my point that I think it's pointless. Like that, it won't block one of them, so that'll be okay. Yeah, the building's just not a good shape for what I'm trying to, how I'm laying things out, you know. So let's not worry about that. What if we just bring them closer? That still blocks that off. Open it up so it doesn't, but that's not ideal. Have them spread out like that, that's not ideal either. Forget that then. Just set up 2 sets of them. Like this, and then we'll see this in action. And that'll be it. Let's bring the raw materials there. Maybe that'll do. I don't know. We'll see. I was thinking turn this around, I think. And we're going to want to set the recipe and hire people in. Don't think I need to be paused, do I? I don't know why I was. There we go. This is taking plastic parts, selling them, and it's going to fill itself, you know. And then this is going to buy plastic, but probably going to need to buy a few stacks of plastic. Let's go with 6. I'm going to set up a courier route, single courier, so pick up plastic from there. And you might as well carry a whole bunch of it. We've got the money to burn doing this, so why not? Go there, go there. So load up on plastic. And the first one drop off 3. The next one drop off 3. And then go back to the beginning and off you go. Hire someone in to do that job. So they're just delivering plastic back and forth. They're going to work on it. We should add shelving to this whole thing. It's going to be interesting. Can a conveyor work? Can conveyor and if we use a medium shelf in the middle there, the conveyor can work from one side and the people can work from the other without getting blocked, maybe? They're all going to need a logistics person in their zone to put stuff on the shelf now, because they have to use the shelf, not the pallet anymore. Could the conveyor grab from the pallet and then I wouldn't need to have the shelf, and the workers could put this, whatever. Brussels zone needs a person. Spare zone needs a person. That'll do. Something wrong with this route? What's wrong with this route? Oh no, there's something wrong with... Huh? This pallet isn't getting anything delivered. Yeah, we know. Don't know why it's... Okay, whatever. Right. Conveyor. Automatic retrieval from that shelf, picking up plastic parts only. Don't leave anything behind. Conveyor runs all the way to there. Then automatic storage will put that into that shelf, and retrieval will take it out the other side. That knows it's taking plastic parts. That needs to be told. Then conveyor belt from there into this building, and from there, don't know why that's rotated like that. I rotate it? There we go, we do that, and then automatic storage does not put things into pallets. Okay. So at this point we have to have a person in the courier robot production zone. No, this is the courier robot production zone. That's the Haifa zone. Okay. I just need to extend that down the side here a little bit, and then hire a person to do that. Okay. Sure. So, I mean, again, you have to have a logistics person this end. Instead of paying him 14 a day, why don't I pay one of these types 14 a day to bring the finished goods back by hand? I don't know. Anyway. For some reason that wasn't unloading them, but it is now. Okay. Don't know what that's about. Same deal this end. It's got one, but it's not unloading it. If I increase, then it starts unloading it. Okay. Research is finished, and that is all the research that exists. So, these guys, rather than paying them to do nothing, let's get rid of them. Rid of their benches. Could get rid of the zone as well, I guess. Why not? We'll extend calculator production. Can have the whole building even though it's not going to use it. Why not? Just clear out some of the junk here. That matters. I mean, that still seems like the fastest way for getting anything from A to B is to me to put it in my inventory and unload it the other end, and then it's there super quick. This is not getting unloaded, therefore the conveyor isn't moving at all. Why is it not getting unloaded? Plastic parts are here. Plastic parts are wanted here. We completed one of the objectives. Moving stuff around by logistics, sure. So it looks like the crafting modules one is the one we're not going to do. We're going to get the cache done. And that's going to end the mission before I can work out what we should be doing here. He's there. He's not complaining that he can't get around. He's not doing anything. Although he actually can't get around. So that could be the issue. The pallet blocks him from going that way or this way, and he can't walk under the conveyor, and he can't walk under over here. So we actually do need a small one will do. Oh, you need to like, right, okay. We need to delete this segment. Stop. I don't know where I stopped, so I build this first. Put that there. Then conveyor, then edit this by clicking delete on it and plug it in. Good, and then start a new one there, to there, to there. Okay, try that. We progressed, we got the other objective done, and we got the second trophy for this mission. Okay. Everything's going very well. They want us to do something bonus based on market appeal. Okay. High appeal robots are what we're trying to make. Research. Oh, we need to do research. I told you it would happen. If I strip out the research section, we'll have to do research. Why wasn't it there at the start? They just added extra research that wasn't here before. How annoying. Unless I'm blind, I don't know. Oh, yeah, we want to do the optionals. Oh, it doesn't matter, it's the same thing again. We need to complete 3 of them. 2 of them we've already done. How annoying. Why wasn't it there at the start of the mission? Still, it looks like... No, we won't have enough points as well, so we need to set up the analysis as well. If we want to do all of them. Which we don't need to, I guess, so... Just bring back some research desks somewhere. Do that. Hire some research people back in. Start turning our points into progress. Maybe we just won't do them all. We'll turn the points we've got into stuff, and that'll do. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, so here now, they can't get the plastic to the shelf because the conveyors are in the way. So we would need a large shelf with 3 wide, so we can put it on one side, unload the other. So this layout is no good. Just means we need to move these guys to this side of the room. Doesn't even really matter where or how. Just want to know what's going on and move that over one. And I'll let you guys out in a second. These guys are okay because they're not blocked in. Which, yeah, is like... Yeah, whatever. There, you've been let out. And get back to work. Somehow. I don't know, is there a better way of... No. One of you can go there, that's an improvement, and then one can go there. Which is better. And we'll just leave the other one there, whatever. In this situation, actually getting the plastic delivered would be okay, wouldn't it? Because there's only 1 ingredient. So maybe that's where it's viable. If the thing you're making in the other room is a single ingredient instead of multiple, like they usually are multiple. It's weird. And not very fast. Don't know. And like, that's the biggest thing, is you need a person at the other end, so... So why? I think it's better. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of all that. Get rid of that and that and that. Get rid of you. Turn that around. Set up a new courier route. From there to the selling one. Add plastic parts. Load up 3, unload all of them. We just need to make sure they're configured. They are. So let them store 3 of each. Do I remember the research lesson? I do. Failed to mention the benefit of analysing higher tier modules. Well, it's more points, right? Yeah, the harder it is to make, the more points you get for analysing it. Of course. Doesn't really matter. We just need to unlock one of these things and the memory bank will do the job. To progress to whatever we need to do next to get the final trophy for this mission, which I would like to do before we wrap up today if we can. We'd usually be wrapping up soon, but I think we'll go a little bit longer to try and get this done. I say that. When we went longer last time we played this game, my PC crashed and died, so we'll go a bit longer. Just keep your fingers crossed it doesn't die again. What's going wrong here? Something wrong with the courier route I've made? Not enough employees assigned. That'll be why. It's still not as fast as me just shift clicking to pick it up and shift clicking to sell it. But okay. Speed time up, get through this. So this person's going back and forth, dropping off plastic. The people pick the plastic up, make the parts, put them back. This person comes along with his trolley, picks up the finished ones, takes them to the pallet, they get sold. Like, how is that not way better than the conveyor belts? He's quicker, he can carry more. Yeah, don't get it. What did the conveyor belts add that didn't already exist in the game or in what we've been shown? Unless you give us like a puzzle map where you have to use the conveyor belts because the people can't walk there or whatever, then I can see it, but yeah, don't get it. We'll, I guess, generally avoid it until we get a good reason not to. I guess. Would like the research to continue, wouldn't I? In which case we're going to need more of the level 2 research points. Let's make some. Let's be doing it. Which, should I just wipe this out? Because it was just about messing around really, wasn't it? Let's remove that. And then we'll reuse the idle people, I guess, except for you. Idle you up. Sort that out. It should have, yeah, just fixed the courier route of work, but we can, what way around is this? Pick more up from there. And drop more off there if needs be, I guess. See how that goes. Build me analysis desks. And then let's work out what we're making. It's really just the second one, the round one that we were after. Whatever makes a lot of them. Which I think we saw before, the simplest way would be plastic bot chassis. Let's do that. And here, plastic bot chassis, which is made in this one, basic workbench. Plastic bot chassis, and it needs, oh no, wrong one, metal bot chassis is what I'm after. It needs plastic parts. Metal bot chassis. One there. Assign idle people. Get their new jobs. A goal. Oh, the other of those goals was still available to do. Interesting. We got there in the end. Fine, we've got a bunch of success points we can't use, right? Yeah, they didn't add anything new here, just in the research. One thing we need to do is have a pallet. And it needs plastic and metal. And we need, I guess, let's fix up what we've currently got. How about this? So that route, don't unload them. Come here and unload them there. No? Wrong way around. Move from there. Add them there. Another goal complete. You're completing everything. I see some kind of bonus as well. I didn't quite get the details of that. Selling robots is giving us more cash for some reason. We really don't need it. But sure, thank you. Let's put a shelf in here. A couple of shelves in here. And hire a logistics person or two to help out. Whatever. Let's get this moving. This should be able to store more. And we need to now be buying metal as well to help that out. Do that. That person is not needed anymore. There's no shelf in this room, so we don't need a logistics person. They're not... Silly me. They're just taking plastic. Let's cut one of the plastics off, add in metal, load up there, unload there. It's all a bit of a mess, but you know, I wasn't trying to be neat. I was fiddling around with stuff and then made more of a mess of it here. But that's fine, we're going to make more points which will allow us to research everything. Not that I feel we need to, just if it happens before the end of the mission, then it happens. It's nice to have. Interesting, the benches alternate between the first and the second research point. Can we change? No, just what we're researching. You can't tell one desk to focus on one over the other. Interesting. Cool. Don't really need to be doing this anymore, but we'll leave it. Whatever. We got the research done on that one. More is carrying on. Made some good progress, ready to tackle the challenge ahead, whatever that is. So he wants 120 robots with a market phase of 3 or higher. And it has to have a market rating of 5 at the same time. So we're telling us earlier about how it's not best to do market rating of 5, and now they're saying you have to do it. So, okay. Can we make a design? So what have we got here? Sell 120 that meet those criteria. Market phase is at 3 and the market rating is 5. Progress courier market to phase 3. Optionals. Sure. We've done cleaning. Do this. Design a cleaning bot that meets the appeal and design a courier bot that also meets the appeal. Let's progress courier bot's market. It's ready to go. Good. We can still keep things as they are for the courier bot at the moment. Fine. Cleaner bot can also progress. We might as well do that. We're going to change the designs. We don't need to worry too much about this, but I will drop it so we can sell what we're currently doing and, you know, for the time being. That's fine. We need to sell another 70 of these. So courier bot does kind of need increasing of speed, so we might need to get rid of all this. Which is like... Oh, what happened to the research? We just did them all? Or they were given to us or something? Huh? Were the ones we didn't do just given to us for free or something? It just finished it, just like that. Is it going to give us more, or can I clear this out and tidy up? Because we're going to need to tidy up to get all this done. Yeah, who knows. Let's clear it out and we'll rebuild it again if we need to. Where are we? So everyone who works in spare, we're getting rid of you. And in the other one I haven't changed the name of. Down here. Brussels. And our 2 courier people. Get rid of all you. Let's tidy up. Get serious again. Clear out all this. They can get sold if I put them there. They can't. What is this saying then? Read it this time. Bonus because we sold bots. 726. Just because we sold bots. Okay, fine. And they're still charging us 5 grand in rent, but that's fine. Get rid of all that. Sell them off. Just delete everything else. And why don't I just delete these conveyor belts? I'll keep some just in case I change my mind. Can always make more, I guess, but there we go. That's all good. Get rid of them as well. I don't buy any more while I'm doing this. Okay. Get rid of some of these messages for some reason. Whatever. And we might as well commit to these things, so they might actually happen going forward, but we'll see how that goes. Selling a certain amount of bots with certain criteria. Might as well keep calculators going. Why not? We might not have enough room to do everything we're after though, because things are going to get more complicated now. Delete these, we're not using them. Get rid of that warning. Okay, we're tidied up a bit. No, we're not. We're almost tidied up a bit. I just need to get rid of that zone. By extending this one over the top of it. There we go. We're tidied up. We're ready to take these objectives on. We've done the progression, although it'd be nice if we could do more. That's going to take a while, so I guess we don't worry about that for now. We need to do the designing. This isn't really going to happen today, I don't think. Let's get the designs done and then not push it too much. I'm enjoying the game a lot. We'll come back to it anyway, so I don't need to play the entire game tonight, but I'm tempted to. Let's make a new... let's start with Courier Bot, because that's the one that's most easy to change up here. The wooden chassis allows more space. I guess refined wood might be complicated to make. Not really. Metal sundries, not too bad. Not too bad to make. Has the most space. It has a good ecological footprint effect, even though we're not really going to be at risk of that. Weight is okay. Style is good, but no one cares about that apparently. General feature added mostly by higher quality stuff. Improves the sell price. Right, so it's not something they care about, it just improves the sell price. Interesting. And let's try and make it out of wood if we can then. It seems like the best option. Let's make a different one. Let's have a rover then in Mysterious Black. This is going to be Eggplant Courier 9000? I don't think so. Average Box Pusher? Amule Alpha? Emergency Turtle? Don't think so. Not loving these. Ultra Stallion Light? This is the Ultra Stallion Light Courier Bot. Let's see what modules we can fit in. That's a weird layout. Okay. What do people want then at this stage? Again, it would be nice to increase the market to the next stage and do it in that stage, but I guess we'll make do here. We need to get market appeal of 5 and then not progress the market, otherwise the appeal will drop. Let's market appeal is this thing. We can't get there with price. This needs to be a 5 level design. Fine. Storage space of 2.5 is more than a small compartment but less than a large one. Let's make a large one then. They take up the same space on the design. That's interesting. We'll use large. Overbuilding will get us more money if that matters. 1 mobility and 2.5 speed for this, which a medium motor does 1 mobility and 2 speed, so we want more than that. A small DC does half, so we want a full big ugly motor design and a small one on top. Oh, that does not fit good, does it? It's the only way we can get enough speed. We could really overdo it and do 2 medium motors, because if we're setting up production lines, it's easier to double. Although the medium motor uses the small motor, so it's actually relatively easy to have both of those. The other thing then, 2.5 battery life. We now have the quadruple battery stack, which takes 2 battery stacks to make, somehow. It fits in the middle there, and that does 2.5 battery life. So that does everything while fitting into everything without any concern. The case might be unnecessary. There's nothing else that I would overbuild here. There's nothing we can really fit in this layout that's worth doing. So this design gets us the 5. The metal chassis is still the easiest to make if we can simplify things like that. What was that I just lost? It was the medium motor. Yeah, that fits in this chassis, so everything else is still quite complicated, but at least one part of it will be simple if we do this design. The Ultra Stallion light metal chassis with everything that's needed to make everyone happy. Design finished. We'll get a bonus of 200 if we sell this. The bonus doesn't matter. The money doesn't matter. We've got 2.5 million from no effort, so fine. We now need to design the cleaning bot in a similar fashion. So let's assume we can do this in the metal bot as well. Give it a go. I do like the cleaning squid, but I'd like the idea of doing something different. I don't like the Mop 360 at all, so we'll make a vacuum cube in crystal blue. Very nice. The Master Wishwash Omega? Sure. Sounds good. This needs different things, so it might not fit and we might have to go around, but we'll see. The important thing is the mobility coming from the medium stepper motor plus a small stepper motor on top. So similar kind of deal. That gives us the mobility. Battery life, single quad stack should do it. Processing power needs to think about what it's cleaning. We've got a new circuit option. Takes a simple and adds some parts. Sure. It's not bad at all, actually. 1.5 each, and so we need 2 of them. Then we need 2.5 data storage, which is interesting. So we've got 2 options for 1.5. Noise is worse on 1. That's kind of the only difference. Weird. Oh, it takes up less space. Okay. Okay, so to hit all of the objectives and get the 5 stars on this design, we can't use the metal chassis. It's just not possible. We have to get 5 stars for this design, even though we were told it's not a good idea. Just saying, just saying. The plastic one is plastic sundries. It's like plastic and metal. The wooden one is probably more complicated. Can we get this in the plastic one is a question worth answering. Don't make it easy to change it. Need that motor back. Don't know what it is, I just lost that. They go there. I don't have enough processing power. Yes I do. I don't have enough data storage, don't have any data storage, so memory banks 1, 2 will do the job. Overbuilding again, so we get good money for this, really good money. That's as compact as we can, and assuming the plastic case is easier than the wooden one to make, it's the option to go for, I guess. This is very complicated to make, definitely not going to manage the brain power to do it tonight. But if I finish the design of Master Wishwash Omega, we complete the design needed to get that optional objective done. So we now need to sell 120 bots at this market phase with market rating of 5. Market rating of 5, not market appeal of 5. So we've done those designs, but we don't actually need to make them because we can get market rating of 5 by discounting our current bots. 43% discount on that one. And we need to progress the phase here before we know what we're doing there. But that, I mean, that's way easier. That's 120 bots is nothing. I mean, I've done the optionals. We've never promised to make those robots. Just, we don't need to because we don't need the money. Is it working would be one thing, because I'm kind of assuming they would have forced me to make that. But no, it's working. We've sold 9. Okay. Not worried then. Our cleaner bots are already progressing the objective just by massive discount on them, and we can afford to do that. So never mind doing it properly. We're just gonna at least at this phase. There is another phase after this one, isn't there? What do we need to do with that one? Oh, pay them some money. Yeah, that's easy. Okay. We need to sell more courier bots to progress the phase, then we can discount it, and then we could potentially get this progressing quicker. So do we want to do that maybe? Might as well. Gonna need to make some room in here. Let's move you guys all the way over. Introduce some inefficiencies, but whatever. Move you guys over here. Spread things out a little. You guys as well. All of that's good. So get me 2 more assembly tables. The medium shelf for them. Set them to make the old design, My Mover 3. Bring people in to do that. Then I'm not going to worry about the math, we're just going to double everything, and that'll be more than enough. So these tables we just upgrade and they'll double. Here we need 2 more basic workbenches. And I'll do them here and then move them in a second when we can find a good layout. So we need to make rods and... what is this? This is the medium DC motor. Like that. Then we can upgrade that one. Here we need another basic workbench making those mechanical components. Mechanical parts, yep. And we can upgrade those. And we can upgrade those. Job done. So it's just 3 new benches and, you know, logistics can work it all out. We just set up another 3 cell somewhere. Let's move all this over. Move this over one as well. Not sure that was necessary, but maybe. These guys will fit in the middle here. It's all good. Where the people in to do the work. And yeah, the logistics might be a bit more complicated, so let's bring in an unnecessary amount of people to help with that. There's still... Right, these guys were not getting the battery stack quick enough, so should we just add an extra battery stack production just to fill that gap? It'll create another issue, but it might move us forward a tiny amount. Put that there. Wrong one. That's electronics. I needed chemistry. Battery stack. Person. Didn't use the welding table for anything, did we? And what would we have in this mission? Large compartments would have needed it, or would have benefited from it, at least. Interesting. But yeah, not intending to do that. We've already sold half of what we need for this phase, so let's push through. We just need another 35 of these courier bots out and we can upgrade that phase and they can help with the numbers. Not needed, but let's go for it. Still short of battery stacks. Interesting. Oh, we should, yeah, flush them out of there by moving them. Just short of battery stacks still. Weird. New person, yeah, doing a fine job. Same, you know, quick enough. We've just got the math wrong on them specifically. Each 2 tables is making a bot every day. Maybe work it out with 1 table. 1 table is making a bot every 2 days using 2 battery stacks. So every day they use 1 battery stack. Here we make a battery stack every half day. So every day we have 2 battery stacks. Every day. So 1 bench. So 2 benches was necessary. Maybe. Maybe I just got it entirely wrong, I don't really know. They're still complaining about it. Maybe we should add more. So they're not complaining about it. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it's one way of handling things, isn't it? And we have the space here specifically. Yeah. 1 there. Not great. If we just fit 2 of them together, it'd be nice. 1 could go there. Chemistry table. The other could go there. It doesn't really block anything. Get the shelf there and there if they want to. The logistics people can hopefully sort that out. One logistics person just stood here holding a battery stack doing nothing, which seems unhelpful considering we need them. Just gonna unassign you and then reassign you. See if that does something. And you need a member of staff to actually make the batteries. That would definitely help with that. You only need to sell 20 more. It's going to happen before we can... Oh, there we go. We can progress this. And now we just need to drop this until we get 5 stars. There we go. We can still make 30 sales at that rate. Which is fine because we're not making that many. And we did manage to sell enough courier bots with the some speed somehow. Even without using the upgraded ones. Fine. 1 more robot sold and we'll have finished this phase. Let's see what the optionals are for the next phase. I don't think we're going to do them, but could be interesting. Weird that it made us design those bots and we didn't actually need to make them. Kind of good. I guess that does go with the bit they said earlier about you don't need to make 5-star stuff, make mediocre stuff with a discount. It's more profitable overall. Share our millions of coins kind of points towards. We even left the place half tidy. A couple of spare buildings. Good. Job done. No more requests from the city, but we'll meet again. Oh, we just did the last objective, yeah. That may have been paying that debt back, I guess, which we did way earlier. So if there were any optionals, we just didn't even get to look at them. Off they go. Over we go. Blah 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 blah. The usual blah 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 that I don't care about at the end of each. Delicious capitalism, absolutely. And what of course happens because it's a video game is we move on to the next mission and start with nothing instead of starting with 2.7 million, which would be nice. But in any case, we need to save. I think it auto saves. Yeah, there you go. Saved. Whatever. Return to map. What a success. I did have to push to 4.5 hours, but you know, I'm having fun, so I want to play. Merry-go-round complete. We will next be doing the machinery in the next time we play the game. Should be what, like Wednesday or something? We're going to go sell game devices, sell toys, and reach a charity rating of 3,000, whatever that means. Interesting, good fun. Mission's quite long, actually. Pretty long, but all good. Carryover wealth is a myth. Yeah. Going up to the cold north or something next. Anyway, that's not for today. Let's not get too carried away. Thank you very much for joining me today, as we've played a whole other mission of Good Company without my computer crashing. Good result.